Hello. Hello.
Almost done doing the needful of like posting everywhere that I want to of like, hey, I'm online. Hey, I'm streaming. You should come check me out. Almost there. Don't you worry, your pretty heads. I will be done in a moment. Ding dong. Skip to here. Almost there. Ding dong dong. Alright, I think that's everything. Your hand is broken and you're casting it. Wait, what? Wait, so you're casting your own hand, Danny, for the broken one? Or someone else has cast it for you? Is that like speaking in past tense? You're EP and it's almost 4 a.m. here? I am so sorry it's 4 a.m. for you. Hmm. Lord knows, like, I don't expect a lot of Americans to be watching these streams at this hour because, you know, it's a crazy sleep. It's a crazy hour to be awake for. And I very much, you know, subscribe to the real life takes priority, whether that is, you know, events that be going off in your day or physical, mental well-being and what have you. So you may or may not be gaming. Good for you, Zach. You may, for may or may not be gaming. It is what it is. But yeah, like, I don't expect Americans to, like, you know, force themselves to watch one of my streams, because, you know, I do them at relatively crazy hours and what have you on my normal days, which is why I try and do the streams on the Saturday mornings for myself. I will be real with you, however. There is a temptation to give myself some sort of a cleanse and only stream like once a week for a period of time, because I know there's a streamer that I would love to catch up on named Stunner Pony or something like that, and they only stream like once a week as far as I can tell, or something like that. And I'm really curious, like, what that would be like. Now, I would certainly try and stream for way longer than... Also, why is it thinking I'm, like, staring all the way up there? Hang on a second. There we go. So, yeah, it's tempting, like, moving my, like, the way I do my scheduling and what have you, but I feel like if I don't do the regular streaming, then I need to pick it up in, like, the in the Blue Sky, the TikToks and what have you, and I'm just not there for it. And I don't want to just stop doing this either. Like, I just like streaming too much. You went to a hospital to a doctor to cast it because it's the 5th knuckle bone is dislocated. Oh! So wait, hang on. So, 1, 2, 3... Do you need a break? I don't know if I need a break, honestly, like, I don't think I honestly need a break. I just think of, you know, sometimes... I don't know, I just sometimes feel like, you know, just going, like, redoing something is what I'm at. But the thing is that I know if I just stop streaming for, like, a week or something like that, like, all I can do is, like, I'm just thinking about, man, it would be nice to stream this game or something rather that I'm playing. And I think, like, that's the thing, is, like, I need to rethink, like, the balance or what have you, because as much as I would love to do more streaming, I don't think that's what I want to do. I did that back in April. It was fun to do. Quite frankly, it was fun to do. No, Jack, not the cactar! What happened to being nice? What happened to being nice, Jack? How dare you? 10,000 needles be upon me? Apparently so. Hi, Jack. Welcome to the stream. I am definitely going to need my moderators in this while I play with a controller. But yeah, I don't know if I need a break. I think it's just more of a want a break, personally speaking. Because, like, I feel like the thing I would want to do is, like, maybe, like, just have a week. Have a week where I'm not doing work or streaming. Tempting as that may be, you know, I don't want to go into it really quickly either. I don't want to, like, you know, go into it in June or something like that next week because, like, I have commitments that I want to stick to and such like that. For instance, I'm going to be trying to do a charity stream. Well, I'm trying to do 2 charity streams, actually, in June. I'm just going to keep myself busy in June, let me tell you. 2 charity streams in June. The first one, I believe, is Stack Up during the Flag Day that goes off in the United States, so I need to figure out what it is I'm going to be playing on that. I honestly feel like I might rope in Unnamed and be like, some Pride streams. It's not a Pride stream. It's just a, it's more like it's more of a Veterans Memorial Day kind of day. It's like Honor Your Flag Day or something like that. It's something that the United States has done, as part, because it was like on that day was when the first flag for the State of the Union was made. So the original, like, you know, 12-star flag. And we've honored it every year. There was a period of time during World War II that where what's-a-mahoozy, RFK or whatever his name is, the president during that time, the guy that did New Green Deal. I'm not really good with acronyms. Anyway, he changed it from, you know, honor your flag day to to like Freedom Day or something like that, to go with like the rest of the allies or something. So then that way it wasn't limited to the United States. But yeah, now it's just, you know, National Flag Day for the United States, and it's same sort of thing. It's just it's a celebration of like the flag that the United States has created for their State of Union. So yeah, you're not lice. You should know that by now. Darn. Here I thought I was breaking through to Jack. Here I was thinking that I was breaking through to Jack, and they weren't just gonna cactar me every stream, but lo and behold, I'm gonna have to be ready for them cactaring me every stream, it seems. Maybe I should punish them. Maybe I should not stream Devil May Cry as punishment. And for whatever reason, there is a hello there that has not gone off for whatever reason. Can I refund that? No, I cannot refund the hello there for whatever reason. Why? Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let me just double check what's in the action queue. So, action history, hello there. Like, it did do the thing. Like, okay, what happens if I re-queue it? Huh. It doesn't do anything. Why? Is it because... Hang on a second. Let me just see what happens. Cancel. Alright. Control A, Control C, Control V. 720p, hello there. Test. Alright, so there's that one. So that one's working. This one is the Grand Inquisitor, hello. So that one's working. What one isn't working? And then this one is the Obi-Wan Kenobi, hello there. Nope, that one's working. And then this one is Mrs. Doubtfire. Nope, you're good. And then this one is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, never mind. It just didn't want to work for whatever reason. And then we got this crazy one. Hi there, 10 Mux. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it used to be like a lot of... It was just a different set of Star Wars, like, hello there's. I wonder if there's a way for me to now have... I wonder if there's a way for me to have it so that it can pick a random file. I could probably... Maybe I could probably have it where in core it reads a random line from a file, and then because of that random line from a file, it then uses that to set the... Why is it going off again? This better not be going off more than once. Goes into full screen effects. Hello there. Hang on a second. Full screen effects. So there's the hello there. It's... Okay, looks like it's done. It's cursed on loop? Nah, it doesn't look like. Show nothing when playback ends. Maybe it's that. Nope, never mind. Maybe I got it stuck now because I got it set to a file? Closes the file when the source is not being displayed on the stream or recording. So allows the file to be changed when the source isn't active. There may be some startup delay when the source reactivates. Huh. When source becomes active, close when reactive. Maybe that's it? Now it's on a loop for whatever reason. I might need to revisit how I do the video source going forward, perhaps. So, set media source file. So connection, default, source, and then the source. So connection, scene, source. Full screen effect. Oh, hang on, that's not the hang on a second. I think I know what the set media. Oh, it's I broke it. I think I might have broken my whatsamahoozy thing. So, hang on, let me just double check. Set media source file. So you go full screen effects, and for whatever reason, it can only see the full screen alerts overlay for whatever reason. Why only that one? Restart playback when it becomes active. Show nothing when playback ends. Close when inactive. Reconnect delete. Give me a second. Let's see. So, ding. Full screen effects. Yeah, okay. Hang on. I'm gonna have to disable that action because I have no idea what I have done to my, horse. I have no idea what I've done to my hello there. I've somehow broken it. I'm gonna have to rethink. Oh. Properties. Change it to a local file. Hit OK. Hit stop. Like, I don't know why. Like, cause the you're dead thingy-madiggy is the you died thingy-madiggy. That one is also like a full screen effect and what have you. So I don't understand. Full screen effect, and then, yeah, trying to change the sort. No. So, some of these might... Oh my goodness. There's a possibility that I might have broken how my video files can be set. That's not good. That might not be a good thing, because... Yeah... I'm gonna need to probably have a look at that another day of the week. It's not very good. Darn. Well, I guess that's that. It was definitely yeah. Why would it be like this? Because, yeah, OBS, like, set active scene, so you can do filters, you can do groups, you can do replay, if you do scenes. So you can do sources. Set GDI, set image source, set media source. Set source audio track state. The fuck? Oh, that's if you wanted to do that. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Cursed game? It's not a cursed game. I haven't even started the game yet. I haven't even started it. Like, look over here. There's nothing here, chat. I haven't even started the game. I've just, you know, been looking at my, whatsamahoozy, my, blah, 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 blah. I've just been looking at my, like, streamer bot. Honestly, I don't know what's up with streamer bot. I have been having weird, like, hang-ups with it. for the last, like, you know, few streams. Like, all of it was, like, based within SpeakerBot, however, not StreamerBot. So I don't fully understand, like, why StreamerBot is now having a
gender
Blue, no, not the maid outfit. No, I don't want the maid outfit. Also, this game decided to just go immediately full screen rather than full screen borderless. Why do games do this? My screen is bigger than 1080p. Don't do this. And look at it, it's just like, you know, stuck in the top left there, and it does all kinds of, like, freaky nonsense. Capcom presents. Cool, awesome. HD collection. Like, where's my... Give me my, borderless. There we go. Borderless, there we go. And then, whoop. Never mind, it just decided to have a bit of a panic. Oh, that's why. Wait, is 1080p the highest? Oh my god, 1080p is the highest? I'm gonna slip into my Zebra streaming so then that way one of my moderators who is a fan of Devil May Cry, and it's not just Jack, there is another person that is a fan of Devil May Cry. What do you mean? What the fuck? What do you... Why? Why is 1080p the highest resolution? What HD pack is this? PC Gaming Wiki over here. Anything for your co-op? No, don't... 1080p is the highest. 1080p is not the highest. What happened to fucking 4K games? Devil May Cry. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Also, PC Gaming Wiki used to be really good, but now there's like all this empty space nonsense. So, we got the Devil May Cry HD edition. Devil May Cry 1 is missing some video effects such as motion blur, depth of field, and has audio bugs. Lol. Good to know. Devil May Cry 3 has various effects that are either weakened or missing. HDC, Fixer, AOC, and election for restoring most effects. Devil May Cry HD collection. Devil May Cry HD includes only Devil May Cry 1 HD and was given to Twitch Prime subscribers for free in March 2018. No, I've got more than that. Let's see. Widescreen, limited to 1080p by default. Use DmC's HD fix to unlock all resolutions in the launcher. Many game elements are designed for the 4x3 and are pillboxed. Look, that's fine. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fix this. Babe, this is a port of a PS3... This is a PS3 port of a collection of PS2 games. It was very bare bones. Just be glad. No, I'm not gonna be just glad. Give me a minute. I will fix this. Devil May Cry HD collection 1440p. Here we go. You can actually set the resolution. You need to go into the config files saved in the Steam's app folder, your documents, and set the resolution. Save the file will then be... Just don't go back into video settings within the game and change the resolution because you won't be able to get back to 4K. Once you change it, you should be able to turn off the VSync here as well. Nice. Alright. Escape out of that. Oh my god, he looks so cool there. But yeah, it looks boring there. Alright, give me a second, chat. So, we have a solution. So, the Windows settings can be found... Alright, so I need to open up my... Man, I wish I could show you what the fuck I was doing. Hang on, why the... Do you not have... Oh my goodness, it doesn't have it there. Oh, because it has to be the Steam folder. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me start the music again. Browse the local files. Yink. Save directory. Alright, hang on. So, minimize this. So, Steam folder, user data. Oh, okay, hang on a second. Steam app. Where is my user data? Nope. Where the fuck is my Steam folder? So, program 86 Steam. So Steam, yep. And then, oh, here it is, user data. And then the, went too far. All right, so that's the ID we're looking for. All right, so then it's here, and then we go into remote, and then we go into options. We go opening up a text file, and then in this, oh my god, they didn't even, okay, so the width, so the height is 1440p, and the width is 21 by 60, I think. Hang on a second. I need to have a look at display settings. So, yeah, 2560, sorry. 2560 by 1440p. So we save those options. We minimize all this. Alrighty. Let's see what happens. Games are never about the graphics. No, but they're about my fucking experience. Also, for whatever reason, I can't use my keyboard shortcuts. So I'm gonna definitely need my moderators to do like all the cool stuff. All right. Cool. All this is working.
Hello.
You hear all that, don't you? Would you like to continue? Oh, okay, so it's not an actual continue, it's just me. All right. Oh! Okay, cool. This game contains scenes of explicit violence and gore. Good to know. Hi, though. Hey there, Setrack. You like how big I am? Thank you. I am... This Zeebs is like... You know, real tall. Look, it's just about the fact of being able to, goodness gracious, that's dark. Okay, subtitles are on. I don't want to go into tuning. We're just gonna, all right, yeah, pillboxed.
2 millenniums ago, there was a war between the human world and the other.
Gonna be real, I can't read this text here, so I'm reading the subtitles when it pops off. Just be glad it runs. Hey, I got it running! I got it running!
Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony.
Just remember, I'm doing this for you, chat. I got this working at 1080p, at 1440p, so then that way, you don't have a tiny pillbox to try and zoom in on or me manipulate the settings of my OBS. I did all this nonsense for you. She literally just popped out of heaven, did she? I'm gonna be real with you. That anti-aliasing is doing a lot of lifting.
Devil May Cry. Sorry, we closed
Oh,
it now.
there we go. There's the...
Again, no password. I can't seem to get any.
Hang on a second. I'm going to need to go into my full screen effects, because it should not be doing that. I'm gonna hide the hello there, so then that way it doesn't do it again when I go in and out. We're gonna listen to you complain about everything later. Look, okay, all right. Let me just get this out there. Yes, I did complain about the resolution because, you know, I opened up the game for the first time, it went to full screen, and it didn't even get up to 1440p. I admit, I'm asking much for the game to try and be like, you know, high, like extra high resolution and such when it's really just it's just a recollection of the games ported over to PC. But now that we're done with that, now that we're done with that, we're gonna play the game. Yes, I will make commentary, but I would like it to be known, you, viewers, voted for me to play this game. There were two game franchises up on offer. The Devil May Cry series, where I have the HD collection, Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition, and Devil May Cry 5. There's about 5 games I can get through in this. And then the other option was Metal Gear Solid, where... Can I flex? Yes, but in a minute. I'll flex for you in a minute. The other option was Metal Gear Solid, where a year ago they did release the first volume recollection. Oh, someone's going fishing. Oh, it's just Sir Dragon getting their fish. Never mind. But yeah, there were options. You voted for this, chat. You're going to need to deal with me going through Devil May Cry 1, Devil May Cry 2, Devil May Cry 3, Devil May Cry 4, and Devil May Cry 5. If someone gifts me DmC on my Steam, I might go and play DmC again. I will be real with you, I did play DmC before I did streaming, and I honestly thought it was a great fucking game. I don't know why the community hated it. It was great.
Whoa, slow down, babe.
Slow down.
Well, what do we have here? Nature calls? It's in the back.
So, you must be the handyman who'll take any dirty job.
I only take special jobs.
Oh, that was...
You know what
Oh, there's stars on the boobies. Never mind.
You're the man who lost a mother and a brother to evil 20 years ago. The son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, Mr. Dante.
Well, the way I figure it, in this business a lot of your kind comes around. And if I kill each one that comes, eventually I should hit the jackpot sooner or later.
In that case, you should be...
Why is jackpot in quotation marks? Nope. He got. Hang on. Also, I'm gonna like, if my moderators do want to, like, you know, fucking backseat talk me or some shit like that, I'm in the VC. You know how to get to me. Jack, he is one of those? What do you mean, one of those? The fuck you mean, one of the... Oh, so I need a flex for, here we go. Here we go, set rack. Me, flexing. There we go. What do you mean, one of those? You mean a DmC enjoyer? I enjoyed it. What of it? Ooh. Oh! Most people would be dead by that.
Son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. Didn't your daddy teach you how to use a sword?
What the...
Time to go to work, guys. Even as a child, I had powers. There's demonic blood in me.
What strength?
You were the first one to know about my vengeance. Looks like I'm getting closer.
Okay.
It seems that way, but I'm not your enemy. My name is Trish. I came here to seek your help, to put an end to the underworld.
What?
You're gonna have a really hard time trying to stop the underworld, quote-unquote. Yeah, I guess they look familiar? She doesn't look the exact same as in the photo, but...
20 years ago, Mundus, the Emperor of the Underworld, resurrected.
Mundus.
Yes. His powers were sealed by Sparta. He's attempting to gain control of the human world once again.
Thought it was pretty... Hi there, hello, this broom.
Malay Island.
This is my first time playing the DmC. The only Devil May Cry I've played is the one by Ninja Theory. I loved that. I thought it was a very fun combat. The story, I will admit, seemed really fucking cheesy because, you know, Nephilims in Christian mythology is used quite often when people don't want to actually engage with morality. They would rather just be like, oh, everything is just evil or some nonsense. Which, you know, there's a reason why we made Superman. Alright. Okay, so... Here's me. But yeah, honestly, the opening cutscene of, like, getting... He got stabbed, electrocuted, and then to stop a motorcycle from hitting him, he pulls out 2 pistols and just starts, like, he's just like... Bang, 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 bang. Absolutely hilarious. The physics doesn't work like that, but I was enjoying that scene. It was pretty good. Alright, so what's this? Sacred orb that brings you back to life after death. Okay, cool. Wait, is this a rendered section, or is it not? Yeah, no, this is rendered. Okay, it's not like one of the what's-a-who's. Is it? Wait, is it or is it not? No. Nope, these are proper 3D objects. I remember I remember watching a video by Josh Drive Hayes. Josh Drive Hayes, where he explained, like, the difference between Dino Crisis and Resident Evil is that Dino Crisis, while it did take usage of, like, you know, the third-person camera sometimes being locked and panning like this, Resident Evil, like, just had a background and a foreground and then something in between, and it was all, like, highly detailed paintings and what have you, whereas Dino Crisis was a lot lower quality, but that was because they were actually rendering things, like, for the user to be between and such, so they couldn't, like, you know, do extra special backgrounds and, you know, have the person, like, walk along a 2D plane or something like that. So, yeah, this is probably 3D. Oh my god, we have so many camera cuts right now. How many? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, the camera is... come on. 5. We have 5 different... Is there a way for me to sprint in this? Okay, there's a way for me to jump. But goddamn, he jumps tall. Oh, okay, so if you hold down jump, he jumps, like, higher. Okay. So, yeah. How long do you think it will take for Grant to get air hike? The fuck is air hike? Curse of the blood puppets. Break the evil spell and open the cursed door. Okay. So is this... Alrighty. Unlock new skills and doors. To acquire new skills, you must offer the stones to the gods of time. Okay. I'm guessing that's Mundus over there. Okay, so you can't jump across to that direction just yet. And then there's... Oh! No, fuck you. I don't know what you do, but you seem dangerous. Can't open that door. Eee! Are you already I was just curious about the camera cuts, okay? I'm sorry that you think I'm complaining. I am observing shit, okay? I'm gonna comment on the game while playing the game, aren't I? Would you rather prefer I said nothing? Does the... Oh, okay, hang on. There we go. Alright, and then... Yep. I just need to be mindful of which direction my joystick is moving. Also, I hear orchestral music. Where's that coming from? Oh, wait, hang on, that's... Oh, that's a different jump animation to my normal one! Okay... Okay, so maybe gaps that I think are too big for me, I might actually be able to make the jump. Okay. I'll need to remember that. But I also need to be careful of, like, you know, some of the areas that I jump. This statue must be the Watcher of Time. This god knows and remembers all of the past. The words of this god are engraved. Those who desire to acquire the ancient ways of war shall offer the blood of monsters in exchange. Better unseal the door beneath here first. Alright, I'll get to you shortly. Have fun running about in 2001. Yeah, oh. Alright, here we go. So, yeah, because that jump animation is different to... Oh, okay. New spot. Nice, nice. Am I supposed to be grabbed by the door, perhaps? Hang on, let's see what... Am I meant to be grabbed by the door? You used 45 red orbs. Oh, okay, so... Do I not know how many orbs I need for a door? Alright, so we don't have a way to open that gate yet. Okay, so it's got a... Oop. The fuck is this guy? Sorry, Setrat, you missed out on a cookie, because I was actually distracted exploring this, this Whatsamahoozy. Also, am I... Oh. Okay, so I can go through this door. Where the fuck am I going? There's a ladder, but the lid is closed and I can't get through. Okay. There are 3 openings to inserts. Okay. So... Alright, so we can't... Is this really Devil May Cry from 2001? Yes, it's really Devil May Cry from 2001. Don't worry about it. Oh. I will be real with you. I'm not a... The game isn't like Icy. It will not hold your hand. I kind of guessed that. Oh, okay, so that's how you do attacks. Also known as the Fragment of Life, but it only offers a fourth of the whole piece. When it becomes whole, it will make Vitality. Yep, cool, cool, cool. Nice. So... Alright. Alright, so we go through here. So, there's no point going up there. There we go. Break everything. So it's got some Lego rules to it. Alright, and then... I can see the castle's garden from the window. Yep, cool. So... Okay, so maybe I am supposed to go up here because of the... Yep, okay. Alright, alright. Jump over here. We can't break that. Can we break these books? Oh, let me get... Nope, can't break that. Can't break that. The fuck is... What are you holding? Okay, so we got a rusty key now. Oh! Ah! Oh, okay, so there's more of you. Alright, is that all of them? Alright, so I can't go that way, but... Oh, what... Can I... Okay, so there's nothing across from here. There we go. Wait. Am I meant to go through here and get to the... Am I meant to use the key here? Nah. Okay, so it's not for that. It's not for this, or... Okay, so it is for the back downstairs then. Okay, never mind. Oh, hello, you're back! Where the fuck is the... I hear him, but I don't see him. The more combos you do, the different attacks, the higher your cool ranking and the better your score. Makes sense. The heavy iron is lowered. Appears the iron will have to be raised in order to get out of this old castle. That's great. Alright, so maybe back out here. And then maybe I use the rusty key somewhere. Oh. Okay, so left trigger allows us to do... Alright, so we can go... Alright, so we're at the first floor. And we need to go... Okay, so maybe we go to the knights that are over here. Maybe that's what the rusty key is for? Yep, you use the rusty key there. Oh, okay, so, like, there's a little... Oh, hang on. So... Alright, so... Yep, so we're... Break the statues while we can. Oh, there's more of those, guys up there. And a lot of beer. No. Can I get to you from here? No. Oh! How did I do that? Nope, that's right trigger. Right bumper does that. Oh! The emblem responds to my power. Nice! Ooh. Alrighty. Oh, hello. Green orb. Revitalizes energy as soon as you get it. Okay, so I can't shoot while on the ground, weirdly enough. Ow. Fuck. That was my mistake. Pick up the orbs before they disappear. Oh. Nope, can't open that. Can I... Alright, left trigger, let's have a look. So I'm at the bottom floor. It doesn't look like... It looks like the only direction is back this way. Okay. Alright. I'm kind of getting the hang of it. Oh, hello, fellas. Ow. Thank you for the health. Alright, so... red orbs or killing enemies will open red doors. And we got a boat there. Can we get to the orb? Or can we get to the... let's get to the hourglass fellow. Because it mentions something about, you know, doing, it mentions something about, blah, 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 blah. Something about, like, unsealing the door or something like that to get to it. Must be the Watcher of Time, remembers all the words. Those who desire shall offer the blood of monsters in exchange. There we go. So, extras. Devil Star. A crystal with magical will cover 5 Devil Trigger gauges. I don't think I can do that just yet. It has the power to devitalize... okay, I don't have the orbs for that. Okay, so it's only for extras. We don't have a means of getting, oh, why is there a flashing light at the top there? Alright, so we don't have a means of getting new abilities as far as I know. Force Edge, a memento of Dante's father, Sparta. A memento of Dante's mother. In the back of it is the engraving Virgil and Dante. Okay, so normal. While holding right bumper, press the left stick in the direction of Dante's back and the button Y. Then continue holding down to jump. Finally, while jumping, press the Y to slash down. While jumping against the wall... wait. Press A while jumping against walls and on enemies. Rolling is to do the... oh, okay. Hang on. So... ah, okay. So he, you know, does... alright. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's give this a try. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I was on the clock! What the fuck? Oh, I could do better than C rank, I'm sure. Save on the first file. There we go. Next mission. Judge of Death. Open... oh, we can power... nope, we can only power... alright, no, never mind. Judge of Death. Open the thingamajig. Alright, so... alright, so what's... landscape, there's an eerie surrounding to it. Nope. Nope. Left trigger, here we go. So we've got... oh, interesting. We got another hourglass here. Can we do different power-ups with this one? Hey, another blue fragment. Nice. No, we cannot do another... so we don't have anything other than extras available from the hourglass fella, so let's not beat around the bush. You didn't pay attention when I was playing this. No, I wasn't watching you play this. Why would I watch someone else play a game I was about to play? Cookie for Bookie! Yeah! Oh, oh, no, hang on. Nice. There we go. Alright, so I have to, like, press... oh. Ow. Okay, let's... no, don't bold me! Ow, ow, ow. I got a B. There we go, there we go. Hi there, Bookie, welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention to what you were doing. Ooh, a new sword. Ooh. Can I grab it? Oh, so I can do, like, jumping and... There's a sculpture of a female in agony with a sword pierced through her chest. You can hear a voice. I am Alistair. The weak shall give their heart and swear their eternal loyalty to me. Okay. Oh! Oh! Oh, I guess that's the end of the game. Never mind. Okay. Pull it out of yourself. Don't slide through it. Oh. Oh, that's just gonna do so much worse for you. He's dead, Jim. Clearly, he isn't anymore. Alright. And... with the power of He-Man! He-Man! Honestly, that was pretty... That's a pretty fucking cool animation. And he's just doing this instantly while the glass is falling all around him. Oh, giving a little tap. Nice. Gives the possessor lightning speed and aerial capabilities. Alright, okay, so I can swap weapons. And then my guns are... ebony and ivory. Alright, so is there any... okay, special thingy-majiggies. You can check how to execute Dante's... the buttons displayed correspond to the default settings. So there's normal stuff. Press LB when 3 or more magical gauges are charged. So yeah, I need to remember to hold the RB, and I don't think I've acquired anything... revitalizes energy, an amulet to do thingy-majiggies... the marionettes. The daggers they throw travel in a straight line. If you see the enemy, you should be able to avoid being hit. They will also throw crescent-shaped blades. Yep, cool. And then... yep. Alright. Ooh, it does a little lightning when you do it, too. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go. No, nothing here. Tree being a tree. Oh, hello. What's this? The Grim Reaper-like devil is depicted. A key is embedded. Should I take it? Yeah. I hope this game isn't gonna teach me not to grab things off of, like, off of paintings and such. Because that would be really shitty lessons. Oh, hello! There was, like, something to pick up there. Hang on. I saw, like, a little thingy-majiggy. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Here it is. Ooh! Okay. Alright. Shotgun. Nice. Alright, so... alright, so now we get out of here. And then... this is a different statue. There's a carving of the Judge of Death. It looks like the judge should be holding something. The key! Although... hang on. This is the... oh! Maybe there's like something else I need to... Oh, I accidentally activated double trigger. That was not my intention! How do I turn it off? Okay, so if I hold the right bumper, I'm able to do the shotgun nonsense. There we go. So if I hold down the right bumper, I'm able to do shotgun nonsense. Alright, so I use the rusty key there. More mannequin nonsense. Nice. It doesn't really give me a lot of opportunity to keep my combo alive right now. But I reckon at a later time I will. Come on, puppet. Nah, gun's useless. Ow, can't go up that thing. Before I can confront, I'll need a sign. Oh, there's a little, hang on. Will this help me get higher up? Yep. Nope. Can this guy, like, you know, drop down, please? Because I don't know if I have a good way of getting to you from where I am. There we go. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. No, I'm not struggling. I don't think I am. I can barely hear you over the sound of my... Oh, the marionette has got me. What the shit? Ow. Hang on. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, damn it. Try not to get hit. Oh, so I can't go through there because of the door. You're watching the Discord stream right now, right?
Well, I'm currently fixing some of my settings.
Because of the volume being very low, like microphone-wise for you?
Windows updates.
Ah, that would do it. A god stands before thee. To open the path, use thy strength to drive it back. Oh, it's the,
Okay,
Nice.
that should be better.
So now we got a hatch, which drops me here. Oh, it's the Staff of Judgment, which shines with a mysterious light. I'm guessing the other fella. Okay, yep, so it opens up that? Where the... Okay, cool. So that puts me back here with the museum or the library, sorry. Uh-oh, it won't let me go through. And there's the Reaper figure going out of the painting, which means I have to fight the Reaper? Or, I guess just a visage of the Reaper. Several visages of the Reaper. Okay.
Well, you're on an island filled with demons.
Ooh. Give me a minute.
I'll give you a little bit of a hint regarding the system in terms of styles and how it operates.
There we go.
Your style rating will go up.
Yeah, when you do like different, it's the Smash Bros rules.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you keep doing the same combo over and over, it won't go up.
Yeah.
You need to vary your moves.
I guessed that, but I don't exactly have a lot of moves when I check the guide thingy-majiggy, so it's about, you know, I'll probably get more moves while the questions about the game I have will be answered by when I play the game.
Also, chat, we're still waiting on when Zeebs will get air hike.
Oh, did you open a poll or something?
Nope, but I will.
The Judge of Death looks like it should be holding something. Yep, we give him a staff, which should open the... I thought I was going to move the entire thing, but it looked like it was going to do a thing. Look, for less than 15 minutes to do this, I reckon I'm doing fairly okay in terms of, you know, like, getting through the nonsense. Sure, it's not, you know, A rank or something, but, you know.
Well, you are in the beginning.
Like, it's... Next mission. Like... Alright, Destroyer of Ardor. Overcome the trial and acquire the Pride of Lion. Okay, cool, I can do Alestor stuff. Stinger. With lightning speed, plunge the sword into enemies. Throw the sword like a boomerang. Air hike. Okay, so that requires 4,000 red, so I've got a goal. Air raid has become airborne and capable of performing aerial executions.
Basically, air hike is a must in every DmC game because it's your double jump.
Yeah. Okay.
And having air hike makes things so much easier.
All right. Well, clearly then I'm not going to spend anything until I get air hike. Then.
Like,
This is okay. This is one of the things, Blue, as well, is I am fine with, like, the question of, like, oh, will he get air hike by mission 3 or mission 5 or something like that? But with that context of, like, oh yeah, you need air hike, that is an aspect of, like, backseating where it's like it hits into a realm of, like, it's going to alter how I think about playing, and I think that kind of tarnishes the experience of a first-time play.
Now, I think you're already learning since you learned about the double jumping against walls.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
I noticed the double jump on walls. The jump is slightly different on, like, platforms. And then, you know, the obvious fact that I have to, like, go into the menu once in a while to double check my actions. So, because Devil Trigger wasn't there before, but then it suddenly is. Alistar doesn't have anything yet, but that's more from the fact that, you know, I haven't given it anything. So that's... Tablet's done something. Oh, it stopped everything being... Oh. It almost stopped everything being weirdy.
With Devil Trigger, I learned it because I randomly pressed the button. And then I realized, oh wait, I can go shooty shoots in Devil Trigger? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Alright, so... Oh, hang on. Okay, so I need to get through this door. The door has been cursed, an evil spell won't... Okay, so I need to...
I won't tell you how to get through that door, but
yeah, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I'm gonna give you a bit of a warning about the doors. So if you see those hands coming out,
they were gonna hurt me.
Yeah, they're gonna hurt you.
I figured that with the red door when I saw it for the first time. Were you not paying? This, like, come on. Also, wait, hang on. Is there anything special about this thing? The Staff of Hermes that's used in the art of alchemy. I can feel some kind of mysterious force, but I can't quite understand it just yet. Ah, too bad. Go back the path, and thou shalt return from the abyss with thy lion heart, and thou shalt receive the pride of lion. Okay. There was a tablet with the lion, but I didn't think it was the lion heart. Oh. Oh.
What you want, you shall receive.
Oh, we're now underwater. Oh, my health is going down while I'm underwater because I'm holding my breath. Okay, hang on a second.
To be fair, Dante's very resilient underwater.
Ow.
I will say that I do hate these things.
Seem easy enough.
It's mostly, you know when they grab you with their bite, it's very finicky.
Okay. I'm still trying to get used to doing combos. It's a bit weird because I have to hold down the right bumper to engage, like, the first one that I've been taught, which is to do the uppercut thing. I would have preferred, like, not needing to hold that bumper, but I reckon there's probably, like, a reason where the bumper is like, oh, we're gonna change this, quote-unquote, like, your stature or what have you.
You can still attack without locking on.
Yeah,
That's
but...
what I tend to do.
Yeah, but, like, if I lock on, I can do this, which... That's... It at least gives me one different kind of move to help engage the combos. Confrontation with the Lion Guardian. Oh, do I need to run back to the what's-mahoozies, or...
I'll let you find out.
Oh, fuck off with the giant spider. Fuck you.
I got a question that needs to be asked.
Okay. You have to ask
Which
now.
Yes. After the cutscene.
What a big surprise. I hope for your sake you got something inside that big body of yours.
The Hunter. Anytime in Monster Hunter they get a new monster. Hope there's something good inside you. Alright.
Usually when we
Oh, it's a spider scorpion. Okay, hang on.
Usually when we see our favorite monster in Monster Hunter, like, there's our favorite monster, let's freaking beat the shit out of it. Yeah, the freaking Monster Hunter fans, we love our monsters by attacking them.
Oh, okay, I gotta keep moving. Oh.
But the question that
Okay, so I can only attack its face. Oop, that's...
The question I'm about to pose is essentially...
Oh, can I... Ow.
Ooh.
Ow. Nah, never mind. Didn't really do a good job there. What was the question?
Well, I believe during this era, spiders tend to be a very common boss enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Like a boss enemy. And we still get spider enemies, and now we got, you know, giant enemy crabs.
Can I skip this? There we go. Okay, so I can't attack him from... Ow. Okay, so he does... Oh.
I will say though, like, this guy is a pain in the ass.
I guess... Oh, Jesus. Hang on. Because I can't really... Oh. Okay, avoid that.
Like, if you want a bit of a smaller tip, like, I'm not gonna tell you how to kill the thing.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I jumped off the
But-
wall. There we go. And then
But
that's...
I can kind of help you live a bit longer.
No, oh, pfft. It would help if I didn't stand in front of his, like, you know, lava divine death blast. Alright, I'm using a lot of orbs, which is not good.
I would use ebony and ivory for this.
Ding dong. Alright.
And keep in mind that Devil Trigger does refill your HP a bit.
Yeah, I reckon it did that. Alright, thank you for the hint there. Alright, so we got the Pride of the Line. Skip that.
Yep. And all you're going to use ebony and ivory for in this fight, it's not the optimal strat, but use it to charge your Devil Trigger.
Oh. Oh.
The era of the 2001 PS2 games.
Oh. Okay, cool. Oh, man.
Or you're risking it.
Ah, that risk it, because, yeah.
I will blame camera angle for that one.
Okay, fair enough. So, because, yeah, I think that's a little bit of my pet peeve right now, is just camera angle, because it does have that feeling of Resident Evil-ness, and it's like, but because I'm constantly moving, like, if I keep the thumbstick pressed, then yeah, it keeps going in that direction, but if I ever release, then it's like, oh, I have to reorientate to that direction.
It's a relic of its time.
Where the fuck are you aiming, Scorpion?
You know what? If it decides to be a dumb idiot, let it be a dumb idiot.
Yeah, okay. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream.
I will let you ask me if you need more tips.
No, yeah, if I need more tips, I'll ask. This is my experience, and what's more,
It's cute, Uwu.
I was expecting Cap to be here as well. Also, what's up with this? Like, being able to just be like, hey, get over here.
It's a taunt. You can taunt to boost your style.
Okay.
So you basically knock, you know, beat the shit out of the enemy, and then you taunt, and you keep going at it.
Yeah, okay.
It boosts your style. Basically, you're BMing.
Ooh, okay. Glad he missed that.
Yeah, you know, just BMing your opponent, that's like something you shouldn't do, because I believe that is considered an offense if you participate in the Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS.
Oh, okay, so I can't just...
Also, hello, Onyx.
Yeah, his name's Masonic because of a,
Did I ever tell you that time that you can get disqualified from a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament just for not having proper hygiene?
Yes, I think I mentioned that rule to peeps in chat, because like also like misgendering is also another one.
That
Oh,
one
Jesus.
That one is under the bad behavior ruling.
Yep.
Pretty much, if you just that's considered BMing your opponent.
Oh, okay, nice. So if I... Ow. Ow. Fuck you. Darn, I can't hit him from the sides. Also, would be appreciative if you turned around, you dumb spider. Ah, that was a waste of a...
Like, normally I would be at work, but I just got back from work, left early.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully work wasn't too problematic. Ow!
It was mostly I'm just too sick to go to work, and I just told them I'm not coming in tomorrow either.
Not fair. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna need a... Ah! I have the idea, but... Yeah, I just need to figure out, like, better combos. And yes, thank you for telling me I'm dead. You can start from a save point. Do you want to load the... Yes, I do. So...
It is one of those games.
Alright. Maybe I will do a power-up to Alistor. Because, yeah, I can't afford round trip. Or air... So the only one I can afford is Stinger level 1. Which, hopefully, will be enough for me, honestly.
If I had to give you a tip here, unlocking Stinger gives you another move to play with.
Okay.
But
give me a sec. So, actions with Alistar. While holding the RB, press the left stick in the direction that Dante is facing, and then Y. Okay, so...
So, essentially what it's saying is...
That direction.
You're pretty much just lunging at your opponent.
Yeah, which I think is alright, because, like, if I jump back and then... Yeah. Also, while that's happening, I'm gonna... Oh, do I not have any more of my yellow... Oh, no, I still have 4 of them. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. When you load a save, you get back
all the yellow orbs that I had from that save. It doesn't, like, do a... It doesn't do a sneaky, because... Yeah, it looks like there's an option to save here, which I could probably do just before going into the thingy-madiggy. So...
Yeah, but
yeah, let's...
When you leave the mission, like you didn't complete or whatever, it'll just send you back to the beginning with...
Oh, okay, so I still have to go through all this.
Yeah, you still have to go through all of this bullshit again, but it'll still remember things like, oh, you collected red orbs, alright, you collected this. You collected yellow orbs, oh, I remember this, and etc.
Okay, so it just... Yeah, alright. Okay, so there isn't a benefit of, like, hitting it in a particular way. And then it tells me to go back. And then when we do that, I get struck by lightning.
Divine intervention.
Yeah, and if you... kind of funny that I was, like, up in the air when it got me as well, so it's like...
That... My god, you performed animation canceling. you technically did a speed run trick.
Alright, so then I go here.
I don't know why, but it feels like they made
Ow.
this easier compared to the originals.
Did they? How?
Yeah, because it usually takes a bit longer to kill these guys.
Maybe I'm just picking up the game that well. Have you ever thought of that? Maybe I'm just picking up the game that well. Also, can you send a message to Capricious saying that they're missing out on me playing Devil May Cry?
I don't even know if I know them.
They're in my Discord as a moderator, same as you. Cap, the fat-looking person. I don't know what the name of their persona is, but it's Cap or Capricious. Alright, so if I do... Gotta wait for him to turn around. Could they, like, you know... Yeah, so...
Alright, it has been sent.
Yeah. Alright, so the good news is that... Oh, Jesus. So if I do rolls to the left and the right, then I don't worry about...
It's all about strategy.
Yeah, and what's more is if I hit them when they do their, what's-a-mahoozy thing, then... Oh! Damn, the... Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, hang on. Yes! And then because of them, like... So if I hit them just before they do the, like, ball of explosion thing, they swallow it and blow themselves up, hitting them with a lot of damage. I thought that was happening. Did you know that was happening?
Yeah, I knew. I just didn't want to tell you.
Okay, cool. Was that the tip you were gonna tell me?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to see if you knew about it.
I knew about it in...
Yeah,
It looked like it in the previous, mission.
Check out my pecs, little man!
Like, sometimes I just don't need to say anything.
Yeah. Oh, I get...
But I will...
B rank! Look at that! B rank! And that's by doing it under... That was by doing it under 5 minutes, which is going to sound a little bit, you know, difficult to do in future. Alright, next mission.
For me, it was harder because due to the PS2, I don't get that smooth action.
This is not at 60 frames.
No, not 60 frames. My controls are jankier.
Give me that leg, boy.
No, I'm not getting... Oh! Oh! Okay, hang on a sec, hang on. I need to run away. Ow! I didn't realize he could do that. Annoying. Hello, orb? Okay, so you can give me extra shit with Alistair. I still don't have what I need for the air hike. And I don't want to spend it on the extra nonsense. Was I meant to go into this room?
Well, this room is just pretty much a place to go to the god statue to spend orbs.
Uh-huh. And then... Oh, I was meant to go through this room.
Nah, it's fine. You're fine.
Oh, I'm meant to be going up to the 4th floor somehow. So, that's gonna be...
Good luck figuring that out. Wow. Hey.
I got to A before.
It's just that this game's version of the style mode and all that, the style meter, it's a bit primitive. That's the only
It feels like, you know, yeah. Like, because there isn't any, like, you know, indicator of cooldown or what have you, so you have, like, no idea. Oh, that was not meant to happen.
Yeah, you have no idea when it's gonna go down to the lowest stage. Plus, it doesn't give you a lot to work with.
There we go. From the looks of the thing, it hasn't been repaired in a while. It doesn't look like it's gonna fly. That tells me it's gonna fly at some point. And then, if I go down here, am I gonna need to fight those things again? Would be cool if I did. Yep, looks like I do. This will be a way of getting orbs. Ow, I thought I dodged him, but I guess not. And yeah, I can't go through any of these doors just yet, so that's clearly a, you know, questions about the game will be thingy. He's following you, he likes you. Yeah, I don't like the spider, I'll tell you that much. Isn't there, I bet you there's probably also a way to, like, okay, cool, they are still dropping red orbs, nice. Ow. Glad that they still drop red orbs and what have you, so there's that.
You can kind of farm red orbs, but
it's not, I reckon it's not worth it, because then you lose out on the bonus is the issue.
Yeah, but
Ooh, hello. How did I do that?
Technically shouldn't be saying this, but
Nah,
there
then don't.
is one mission you can farm, but I'm not telling you what it is.
Ooh, okay, so I almost did a weird double jump there. Hi there, Wild Saber. Hi there, Doubles. Yes, I've donated blood a few times. I am aware that my blood is in other people's bones. Also, hi there, Cap. Glad that you finally joined us.
Okay, excuse me for having a fucking day today.
Everyone has a day. I had a day today. Blue had a day today.
Give me a sec, I'm tuning into the stream and putting the cat on my lap.
Alright, so right now we're at chapter...
You should be up to the 3rd or 4th.
Chapter 4, the Black Knight.
Oh.
So, Pride of the Lion, a sign of the strong. It allows confrontation with the Lion Gatekeeper, which we did. We've got Alistor right now and did only like one bit of upgrade. I have been told by Blue and Jack that air hike... Well, Jack didn't say this, but Blue said it. Air hike is really important, apparently. And...
Air hike is very important.
Yeah, so... And they were like just sort of talking in chat of like, oh, how long before he gets air hike? And, alright, so let's have a... Oh, wait, no, I do have a way of getting to the 4th floor. I think I saw it before. I have to go... I go through this door.
Did you hop up on the horse?
No. How?
If you go to the main plaza with the horse statue in it. Or do you need air hike for that?
This horse right here.
That one.
I don't think you can wall jump off it, though.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Oh.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, no, you can. It's just really awkward.
Yeah? Okay.
For it. You gotta wait for a bit. Where the fuck are the red orbs?
This is the HD remaster.
Which is crazy, because I remember, like, getting red orbs from there. Oh well.
Oh well. I just have to contend with the camera like everyone else.
Yeah. That Resident Evil camera.
Yeah. I kind of clued into the Alright, so there's that. Oh, there isn't a marionette dropping. Normally there is a marionette that would drop here, but I guess it'll be higher up. I'll need to.
Are you missing your marionettes?
Alright, so this gets me to the second floor.
He's comboing. He's comboing.
Ah, I almost stabbed him in the butt.
Yeah. Almost hit him.
I've been able to get up to an A rating, actually.
Just the addition of Stinger just makes everything good.
Stinger is such a good move.
Yeah, alright. Oh, hang on. So, jump here. Jump up here, and deal with the marionette here.
Stinger
So yeah, the fact that like the combos require the camera angle where it's like, oh, pointing towards, away with Dante and such, I'm like, it does get a little bit like, you know, confusy of knowing where to.
It gets remedied in later entries.
Yeah.
Oh, like Devil May Cry 2?
Kinda, but not really. I would say DmC 3 onwards.
Okay, okay.
I like how we both like just sort of just went.
There's
I
a
can
ladder, but the lid is closed, and I can't go through. Okay, so I can't go through that.
I can say that because I played through both campaigns of DmC 2.
Oh wow.
Oh, so there's multiple campaigns. Probably not going to do multiple runs of DmC2. Okay, so wait, where's... So this puts me to the...
Nah, you have to.
You gonna make him play Lucia?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not here.
Like, I demand a playthrough of the game, which requires both campaigns.
Okay, so... Huh. Wait, maybe I need to go...
Get him in my lap now.
Hang on, maybe I need to go back to... Because the spider wasn't there after the, you know, the pursuit and what have you. So maybe I do need to go back there?
Yeah, after the chase sequence, he just buggers off, so you're fine.
Serious?
Yeah, he fucks off.
But,
Yeah.
like...
A little bit.
Design wisdom would tell you, oh, if you have a monster that's pushing you away from something, get the fuck away from that place. It's not where you need to go next.
But my thinking would be, oh, he ran away from that location, maybe I should go back there.
But we don't see that. We don't see him run away. We literally, like, run away from him, and we don't see him running away.
Yeah, he's running away from the location that you're running away from, so you might as well head back.
Stylish! Look at that!
Nice. First of many.
I'll be honest, like, at the beginning of this, I kept using Alistair because I'm like, this is great. Yeah, the bastard spider scorpion that just won't shut up.
Oh, the red orbs disappear if I don't pick them up in time. That's gonna be a problem. Let me grab you
Sure
before...
there's I think get more orbs increases your like orb magnet. If that's easy.
Oh, goddamn, so the bloody marionette can do that sort of stuff.
I feel like the weird thing is I never seen that because I never let it happen to me.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just so good at the game that you never got hit by a mechanic of a character that is like unique from the other marionettes. Bless you.
Well, I'm sorry that when I'm a button masher, a really good one, I'm just like, let's see how long it takes for Ebony and Ivory to kill this man.
Hello.
Oh, careful with that one.
Okay, so they will go through the walls and what have you. So I have to be mindful of them.
Hey, stop that.
And I said,
Bite.
hey.
Oh,
He was biting like a naughty
Ow.
Okay, Edward Scissorhands, friggin', would you
Ow.
mind?
Ow.
Gotta worry about those scissors.
Oh, yeah, the scissors bounce around. That's right.
Yeah, the one thing I hate about these guys is that they just clip into the walls when you get too close.
Oh, and they get real close. Okay.
Oh, the lag.
Yeah, I felt that too.
It's even on the stream.
Oh, I should have dodged to the right.
But I'm still on the consensus that when people play DMC, I feel like they shouldn't skip 2, even though it's the
Worst game.
yeah.
Yeah, I am of the thought that I need to play it because I want to understand. Because like people hating on DMC from Ninja Theory, like I can understand people not liking it because you know it's a technically like you know it's a new entry in an existing IP and trying to do its own thing, which you know like someone deciding to be like, oh, let's not do what the people like in the original DMC and let's try and do our own thing. It's like then at that point just make your own thing and don't be associated with the IP, like. You know, like the live-action Disney films. You don't need to... Come on, why are you dodging me? Fuck off from dodging me. Take the hits like the ghosts you are.
If we want to talk about the live-action Disney movies, let's talk about fucking how the new Lilo and Stitch movie is US propaganda.
Yeah, it is. But that's how many Disney films are in the modern remake and such like that. Like, have you noticed that there's more and more... sci-fi films invoking either artificial intelligence or robots and trying to make them seem like, you know, the good guys and like they're not the problematic thing, when in today's climate we're getting so much holy shit, why are there so many of you here?
They infinitely respawn.
They're great for some red orb farming if you really need them or you want a green orb.
Yep, I'm for that. All right, hang on a second.
Your mission timer is also a thing.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just... Well, I've already fucked it up at this point. Yes! All right, good to know. The shotguns are very helpful in this regard.
I do know for the Lilo and Stitch live action, people are getting their what is it? Nick is in a twist over like quickly just not wearing drag, and the other one is Gantu not being in the movie, which I'm actually pissed off about.
The bigger concern is that, so spoilers for the live action Lilo and Stitch, and I think it's worth, you know, talking about this. Lilo does get picked up by the Secret Service or whatever the fuck the US government is, by the state. Like
Agent Bubbles.
Yes. She gets given up by her sister so her sister can go to college.
To study marine biology.
Okay, so now there's a
And she
secret.
comes from
Defeat
Hawaii.
100 phantom babies within the time limit. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh, you're doing a secret mission?
I didn't realize I could do a secret mission, to be real with you.
You might get a probe from it.
Oh wait, hang on. This will be much better to do with the handguns, Ebony and Ivory.
It's funny because you can also just step on them.
Although I'm not doing too well on the secret, so... Yeah,
You can always try it again.
Do I just go out and back in? Is that it?
Yeah.
Alright.
You can get as many attempts as you want until you do it.
Yep, alright, let's do it.
And you do keep all the orbs that you get from it too. From failed attempts.
Yep.
You know, like, seeing Ebony and Ivory being used for spider extermination is kind of funny. I will say though that the spider animations actually look kind of
Damn it.
funny.
Okay, so I get stuck at 90, which means that they're probably in an area that I'm not really exploring inside that room. Alright, let's see.
Well, they're getting stuck behind something as well.
Probably. Yeah, they're getting...
Yeah, so anyways, chat, don't watch the new Lilo and Stitch movie. Just watch the old one.
Yep.
Better.
Exactly. Nope, secret failed.
I'm still gonna watch it, so then I can say I have an opinion.
Pirate it.
Yeah, high seas that nonsense. Although,
Yeah.
just... Also, don't refer it to piracy explicitly, because I feel like I'd get in trouble.
My bad.
Like, with the live action movies, like, I already had my criticisms with the Mulan one being like, there's no singing, what the hell's wrong with this?
I feel like that is the biggest disservice that the live actions have. Like, something that the what's-mahuzi, the Lion King and Beauty and the Beast had, which, you know, fair enough, good for them for invoking this. So, wait, where's the other spiders? Okay, so the other spiders are here. So I need to... Alright.
Now you know.
Alright.
And considering that they are in the live-action Mulan movie, they pretty much gave Mulan the Phoenix Force. Was such a fucking like shitball move.
Yeah.
Because like Mulan is a goddamn motherfucker from like the 4th century and a Domini.
Like, the whole
Alright, do
point
not
is
get
that
stuck
Mulan
on that.
is just a normal a commoner that decides to break the rules of honor
Yeah.
and such.
There isn't anything
And tradition.
special about breaking the gender norms when the woman is an exception instead of a norm of women. And what's more is it, like, the B plot that's going off with the what's-mahuzi? I don't even know if I killed...
You already killed 100.
Okay, cool. So now the question is where do I...
These are just extra.
Yeah, okay. No point to them. So I should just go... Oh, hang on. There was a blue one I think I saw. Yep. There's a blue one. Nice.
Oh,
Yay. Alright, so I guess I'm going...
I see that you're already preoccupied with just killing the rest of
Yeah.
the offspring.
There we go. 1900. That's fine. That's a nice...
Stop smacking that.
There we go. Secret mission cleared. But yeah, so what? Anyway, back to the disservice that the live actions do after Beauty and the Beast is that they did do the music and what have you, and there's problems left and right with some of them and what have you. But the Beauty and the Beast and the Lion King introduced a new song into the ensemble, which is instead of the protagonist. Normally it was, you have the protagonist's song of their I Want, you have the protagonist with the dotagonist with the, you know, there's something there thing, and then the ending song of this is what I need or something like that. What they could have introduced, oh. Well, fuck. What they introduced with the live action is the secondary protagonist, so like, you know, the Beast in this case, and his I Want song, his yearning song for the main character Belle and what have you. So, because that was like, you know, something that was like a reasonable addition and what have you.
Also no Elvis theme.
So, yeah, it would have been... There we go, got rid of all them. So, that would have been nice additions and such. But, yeah, the live actions have been more of a taking things away kind of problem rather than a you know, adding on to it, which is like a disservice, because the whole point of bringing a film like another go is to try and add things that weren't there previously. But the problem is that the live actions are opinionatedly, like in my opinion, quite frankly, it's a demerit from what we got with the cartoons. Because the cartoons, Disney, during that Renaissance era, had so much fucking focus involved. So to have them get rid of a lot more of the musical, not really put in the care for keeping what was there and adding a little bit more, there's been more of a case of, oh, we're taking away some stuff, and, like, you know, less expressionism and what have you. Which is... Alright, so am I supposed to go elsewhere? Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, no, I'm supposed to go through this door, perhaps? No, that's not a door. Alright, hang on a sec. I'll figure this out.
I believe for the live-action Beauty and the Beast movie, they could have done a bit more with Gaston. Like, there's a lot.
Gaston doesn't need that much done to him, but weirdly enough, they put more to LeFou of Ormor for whatever reason.
I felt like Gaston, like, he needed to be more of the villain. There needed to be more from him.
But
because if you compare it to the you know, the animated version of the movie, you saw that Gaston, like, obviously he wants Belle and all that, and then he just becomes a selfish prick. But all of it's being expressed by his actions and what he's trying to do. You can see the emotion in it.
Okay, so I'm supposed to go into the library, I think it is, that they want me going into. Oh, the marionettes are back in here.
And for some odd reason, whenever there's a live-action Disney movie, there's always an issue with well, I would say it started from the Mulan movie, but there's always been an issue with the lead actor or actress or whoever's leading.
It's because we care a lot more during the production phase, because like, that's just simply what it is. Like, the age of, like, you know, behind the scenes and what have you being a treat and what have you is few and far now, because, you know, quite frankly, we're keeping up with it as it goes on. Like, the age of the internet for Mulan did not exist. Like, it did not exist. So, like, having the remakes deal with them... There we go.
It's not the movies I'm talking about, it's what the actors are doing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, back in the day, we did not care, because we didn't have, like, readily available information about all that kind of nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we are being fed far more information than ever before.
And unluckily for us, it's not making us huge mistakes.
Obviously, like, I'm not gonna watch the Snow White live action.
No, that's fine. Like, here's the thing, is that many of these films we don't have to watch. And, like, ever since the era of, you know, the Velma cartoon and such like that, I think it's really important that, like, you know, reviewers get their moment and what have you, and actually, like, you know, advocating for, should you watch this or should you not? Like, the idea of, like, hate watching and such like that doesn't matter to the capitalist system. It doesn't care how you consume something so long as you consume it. Because there isn't a way for you to invoke negative consumption to a product. Like, you can't take money from Disney. Like, as much as, you know, they would like to argue, like, piracy loses money and such, no, piracy doesn't take away money. It just simply has it where an audience that wouldn't go to see you now sees you. It is a service problem, is what piracy does and what have you. How the fuck did I jump up here?
You just backwards dodge.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Gabe Newell, who said, the way to stop piracy isn't by enacting counter-piracy, but making service that's better than what pirates are.
Yeah, no, like, Gabe Newell was the one who popularized the whole, like, you know, the piracy issue is a service issue, which is kind of funny considering, you know, Steam got its start as a DRM and as a regular and an auto updater for Counter-Strike. Like, that's the point of it. So, okay, is there a way for me to... There are books related to black magic and rituals, all part of the world. Okay. So they're not in that painting anymore. Something about a strange occurrence in the cathedral of this castle happened on a hot, humid night. Twisted in the statue, sealed the Watsumahuzi. Okay, so it's not up here we go. Maybe something... No? So... No point to the back of this place. Yeah. What am I missing? Why am I so smart? I'm not smart. I am dumb as bricks, okay?
As someone once told me, everyone's intelligent in their own way.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so I'm back here. I forgot this place existed. Oh, this is where the lion thingy-majiggy. I'll need a sign. Shall I use the pride of the lion? There we go. I forgot about this guy. Magical distraction will awaken him. There we go.
It's time for a boss battle.
Oh.
I hope you like this.
It's a wolf. Ow! Fuck you.
To be honest, I feel like that is just a cheap shot every single time.
Oh, damn it. I wasn't paying... Did it have a huge health bar, or was it just a normal enemy?
No, you were just getting your ass kicked.
Yeah, skill issue.
Alright, fine.
We're not joking, you were just
Getting...
You were
Yeah.
getting flogged.
Alrighty, give me a... Alright, I'll have to... Okay, let me lock in for a bit. You two have your fun.
Where's my popcorn?
God, I wish I could have popcorn. I am so close to under 90 kilograms. I want to get under, like, 25% body fat before I go into, like, maintenance mode, and then, you know, get out of all that nonsense. Alright. Ow. Oh.
Shame Royal Guard isn't in this game.
Ow. Ow.
He's
Ow.
Logging you.
I'm pretty sure we both have our own ways of dealing
get it.
with this.
Oh, got me again. Fuck. Fuck.
Right.
Fuck!
I'm pretty sure you can cancel that.
Actually, you just won by letting it explode.
Impressive.
Thanks? I don't know if I did that correctly.
We'll consider this a tie. I'll say this, that was not supposed to happen.
What? The stairs are blocked off, I can...
You know what the sad thing about starting a DMC game is?
Going through DMC games.
I was gonna say having Stinger without Thousand Stab.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know you had it already.
I think it's just...
I think it's one of those hidden commands that they don't tell you about.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Is there any reason to go through this door? There's a statue of a female with a melancholic expression. There's an opening to... There's an opening to place something.
You don't have
This dick!
Yeah, true. True.
Oh, I thought I could break the mirror.
Um,
Emblem of the sun is engraved. The brightness of the build guiding light will scorch you. Only those who can bear the light can open the new path.
And I know that stand.
The sun?
no, Man in the Mirror.
Oh.
Or the localized name to Mirror Man.
Yeah.
Bonker.
So yeah, so air raid requires like 4,000. I still don't have that yet. Who thought I could get to that at chapter 4? Like, who the fuck was that confident in my skills in a game I've never played before?
The Red Orb economy in DmC 1 is crazy.
Yeah. There is technically one mission that you can farm very well. But I'm not gonna tell Zeebs which one it is.
Good that you're air juggling them now.
Yeah, I figured out how to do it. Yeah, having to hold the right bumper to, like, lock on and do some of the abilities. The sword is the key to freeing the soul at the highest place. Okay. The key resides at the highest place. Oh, wait, do I have to... Was I here previously? Nope, this is now the bottom floor. What the fuck? This path will open with a guiding soul. Okay, so maybe I wasn't supposed to be all the way down here. Oh. Okay, so... ooh, hello.
You got sword combo with it.
I keep hearing it in the side, like the da 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 da. It sounds like different to the normal background music of orchestral stuff. Ooh, a new sword. Death sentence. Oh, it's a decorative sword. Damn.
Where could we put a sword?
Oh my. Oh. Shit.
What just happened?
I jumped off. All right, here we go. Let me just. Oh, I'm gonna have to break. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. There we go. All right, wait for this to go up. And try to jump to the actual, like, what's-mahoozy things here.
Alright, Blue, I got a question for you.
What is it?
Do you prefer duh or yeah?
I have no context to whatever
my
the fuck you
goodness.
just said then.
Oh, I don't know which one I would prefer.
So am I supposed
Me
to put
personally, I'm a
the...
fan of
I feel like
yeah.
I feel like yeah, it just has more emotion.
Yeah.
Oh.
What the fuck?
A melancholy soul. When activated, it loses its power over time. What?
Oh, have fun with this.
Oh, am I
feel like
gonna
here
face
would be
off
my
against
preference.
myself? I'm gonna face off against a mirror? Yeah.
It's time to fight. Your persona.
Ah. Literally just...
say I am thou, thou art I.
Hmm.
It's the man in the mirror.
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm you.
Oh, and then he turns into the devil trigger thing.
There's something I want to say about this, but I can't say it at this point. If you know, you know.
You know, you know.
Oh, opens the door for me.
Come on. He's so fucking cool.
At least he's polite enough to be like, whenever you're ready, come outside.
Come outside. I won't jump you.
There's an
I'm about
amazing.
to 1v1.
As if trying to suck me inside. Yeah, it sucked me.
Suck you.
All right.
Well, if you want to interact with the, well,
You're in for it now.
He has a different sword to mine. Oh, excuse me. Ow. Ow. Oh, I couldn't even see what he was doing then. Yeah, we're trying again. Come on.
well,
You're just not gonna get your word in on how to deal with the fucking sun, are you?
well, you are getting attacked by a demonic ball of energy.
Oh, I thought I rolled that one.
Also, I don't know why your game's lagging.
I think it's just a stream. Also, I'm pretty sure the shotgun can break a jar. Ooh, that was nice. That was crispy.
Crisp dodging.
Alright, let me swap over to shotgun, like you said. Oh! Oh, okay, you just moved out of the way. Well, I can't... Oh my god.
Asshole's taking the high ground thinking he's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Ah! Alright, what were you gonna tell me about the sun before I decide to jump out?
Well, I was gonna say that now's your chance to go to the god statue for anything.
Become airborne and be capable of performing aerial execution attacks. Damage enemies with an intense spinning body attack. Throw the weapon like a boomerang. Plunge the sword from an even further distance. Oh, actually, that might be alright. Actually, let's add new abilities. And now to figure out how the fuck... Alright, here we go. Hold the Y. The longer you hold, the greater the distance. Oh my god, that's gonna be a... Alright, let's give this a try.
You're reading him.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh. Well, that was quick. Bet Jack is annoyed that they're not able to get into the VC and... Oh! Nice try, fucker! Yep. Alrighty. Is there anything to this thing? Oh, Jesus. Cheap shot. Ow. Gotcha. That was a little bit better than last time.
Yep.
Wish I could do that.
I'm gonna kill you.
And,
Necklace.
and then that's his mom's necklace with, like, Dante and Virgil's names.
Not necklace. My one weakness.
Yeah. Oh. I imagine we're gonna meet him again at some point, since that's not really defeating him. That's more of just, you know, giving him PTSD.
Nah, he's just having his moment where he needs to go.
Nello Angelo. Oh, I didn't even catch his name. The achievement told me who he was.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got D rank. Uh-huh.
You sure you didn't want to save?
I forgot to, but fuck it. How's the Zeebs day? Hi there, bestest boy. I'm doing alright. What the fuck is with the... What's Mahuzi saw? Oh, the wolf thing again. God damn you.
Shadow. He tried to cheap shot you again. Rage mode. Wait on it. DT. DT.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Didn't you know you could stand on his spikies?
No, not that, but like when I did the attack on him, he just threw a spike at me. Three, two, one. Ow. I mistimed that one. Am I just meant to survive until this point? Yeah, he just, like, hits you, like, back, it seems. Okay, am I meant to survive for however long that thingamadiggy did, or...
No, you're supposed to kill him.
That's why you warned me about...
Yeah, now you gotta do this again.
Fuck it, I can do it quicker than last time. Wait, hang on, am I going the wrong way? Yes, I am. Or, never mind, because I have to
Here we
deal
go
with him.
again.
Color me curious.
No, well, you can try, but
I'm doing hits to him. You don't like that I can do that. That's what I'm thinking of doing.
that's something I'm thinking of, but I know it's not gonna work.
There we go. Aha! That went better than last time. Now I can get through this quicker. Oh yeah, this is the Phantom Baby thing. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we did the Phantom Baby thingamadoogies. Got my blue piece. Alright. Oh wait, there was another blue piece I could pick up. Hang on, I totally forgot the other blue piece. Hang on.
You forgot the blob.
Give me a second, give me a second. Speedrun. Ah, never mind. There we go, full green orb. But yeah, Zeebs is doing all right. I got down to like 191 point something or other kilos. There we go. So we get another blue orb, which gives us the thingy-majiggy, which increases the maximum. We don't have an answer for that alchemical nonsense. Alrighty, let's see if I can do the thingy-majiggy in the reverse. Oh. Dink, and then dunk. Nah, never mind. I wish I had a different angle for being able to do that puzzle. Or it's not even a puzzle, it's just platforming. There we go. Back onto the platform, which should take me to the other side. And there we go. Not gonna stick around for this one. So, walk through here. Ignore all of you. Walk through here.
Speedrunning it.
Sort of. Alright. Ding, dong, giving us the dog. Alright, so... 3, 2, 1! Yay! I was able to... Whoop. Ow. Ow. And it blew itself up again. That's the second time I've had it, you know, do the thing. Is it supposed to blow up? So I'm noticing that like on the condition I'm trying to like hit it at most. Oh, hang on. Oh, damn it. Hang on, let me try and jump. Also, statue of an angel, the guardian of the god. Yep, cool. Hang on. So I noticed when I was attacking it under its like normal state, like before it turned into like the piranha plant mode. Like while I was trying to attack it before piranha plant mode, it was blah 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 blah. It was like, you know, anytime I was hitting me, it was doing like thorn damage.
Basically, you touch it, you take damage.
Yeah.
Like shit.
Alright. Was this something... There's something engraved on the opening. This is where the guiding souls gather. Oh, okay. So I need to try and put the guiding soul thingy-majiggy in there. There's no point going down that thing, because that's how I fell through the hole to get to the library, so that's not important. And then... Ah, god damn you. Nope, I don't want to deal with you. Oh, you're different. You're not a pair of scissors. You're actual, like, Reaper scythes now.
Yeah, except now they're spinning them like a freaking dual blades user.
There we go. So that's the first one out of the way. And then we go up some floors. Almost to the top. We drop down. From here, dealing with... Never mind. There we go. So we stand on this thing. Pick up the decorative... What's Mahoozy? Move down. But yeah, do you hear the orchestra, like, playing? Or, like... Never mind.
I hear
I can
the
barely hear you,
orchestra.
Ken.
Okay.
You have to turn it up to the max.
There's something... The brightest of the guiding lights will scorch you. Only those who can bear the light can open the new path. So, I'm guessing the weird soul thingy-majiggy will... Alright, hang on. But yeah. So, that thingy-majiggy I used, like, or that I purchased, the boomerang thing, did not... I don't think I used it that often. Alright, because I didn't die or anything like that, let's just do a save here. Yep. Fair enough, save complete. But hey, it gives me a little... What's Mahoozy for it? Alright. Okay, I'm going through this a little bit easier than last time because I know his tricks. Having said that, I am still making mistakes here and there. Oh! Oh. Ah! Waste of an orb. Can I, like, oh, wait, no. If I do a try... Never mind. I'll just do the try again. But now I'm down to 2 orbs instead of... Yeah.
And this is the part where I said, like... You said this was easy.
The first part was...
I wonder what Jack would say.
Alright, so that's the first third done. Thought I could. Alright, so that's the second third done. But I have like barely any health, so I'm gonna have to be careful. Cross to that. Ah, I was so close as well. That was a terrible. Oh my god. If I take all the failures, then I'll be all the way back here, which is going to be the, or not all the way back there. I'm going to be all the way back at the beginning, which is going to be annoying to deal with.
Yep.
Oh. Nah, I think I'll accept. Oh wait, no, because I'm missing an orb, aren't I? Yeah, I'm missing an orb because I did the Whatsamahoozy with the Whatsamahoozy guy. Yeah, no, I'm 1 orb short from my normal like 4 because I went for the spider thing and it did. Ah! Fuck.
You are in pain.
Yeah, because I thought I had this fight, especially in the first, but like my button mashy nonsense is not. Ow. Okay, so I need to... Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah, this is gonna be a tweaky moment for me.
Hmm.
Because what's more is I overwritten on the save that I had. So instead of having 4 orbs, I now have 3. Unless the spider is not gonna be there, which I doubt. Let's see. Is the spider gonna... Well, technically speaking, I can just... Nah. Oh. Alright, let's... I can kill him. I did it last time. Hang on. Although now comes the fun bit where I'm now using up all my orbs at this point here when... Is there a way for me to just reset? Quit the mission? Yes. So then that way I can load the game. Go to that file. That way I'm not losing the orbs that I already have. You think there would be a mission select option, but I guess not.
You would think there is, but...
Oh, so close to getting him then. I'll do this, just you watch.
I believe in you.
Thank you.
I'm waiting.
How many missions are in the first game?
I believe 20.
Okay.
Like in every game.
Alright, so I need to wait for him to do his blast. 3. There we go. Got him.
Absolute.
So now I can go through this door. Yeah, do the pride line thing. Alright, so let me figure out the thing. So when he's the smoke... Oh. Okay, so he blows up of his own accord then. Yeah. Alright. Cool. And I'm nearly dead. That's not too great. Alright, and then jump here. Oh, I forgot to do the what's-a-mahoozy thing again. Ah, never the fuck mind.
The skull,
The secret mission and the blue orb things. Fuck it, let's... I am ruling not saving at the end of mission 4 like Blue asked me why I wasn't going to.
Yep, because I knew this would happen.
Oh, it's not doing the...
I bet you when Jack gets back, they'll be wondering, like, what the hell's happening?
Why am I still at mission 4? Yeah, probably. Alright, let's see. Is the thingy-madiggy here? Alright. let's try this.
Grant, why haven't you gotten good yet?
Oh, just you wait. I'll get good. Fuck! I didn't get good. Alright, so that gets me... Oh, the thingy! Oh my god, the thingy is there. So I have to kill him... So I have to kill the giant spider or avoid him first, and then I'll be able to, you know, go back, do the secret missions, and all that kind of nonsense. Okay. So, we do this. We go backwards.
It's all about triggering cutscenes and windows.
Yep. 3, 2, 1! There we go. Got him killed, so that's triggered that cutscene slash window. I should not have saved like I did earlier, because, yeah, now I'm like 1 orb short in, like, in all eternity. Nope. What the fuck? Oh, I already did this. Oh, I already did the orbs. That's why the save doesn't matter. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I forgot. I did the save, so then that way I had the blue orbs and all that kind of such already. I am so dumb.
Yeah, but in return, you lost a lot of your yellow orbs.
I've lost 1 yellow orb. I've lost 1 yellow orb. That's not a lot.
It's just annoying. Greetings, new viewer.
Hi there, Jack. I thought the lava was taken down already. It was, and I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that because I saved, I already picked up all the, like, the blue orb, like, fragments and such. So now this is me, you know, doing the, doing mission 4 because I didn't save at the end of mission 4 like I should have. Oh, if you skip the cutscene, you have an opportunity to do the dodge. There we go. So then he just fucking explodes. Yep. So yeah, so the good news is that I now that I've gone through chapter 4 a number of times, the first half, quote unquote, the first half of chapter 4 I'm kind of getting an understanding for. I'm getting understanding for the first half. Fuck it, let's just go straight down to the bottom here. That way, because there's no point in us going to the top if we can just jump straight down. So then it pushes us all the way up to the top where the mannequins are. There we go. We do the jump, pick up the thingy-madiggy, drop down here instead. There we go. And then we can put the thingy-madiggy in here. Can we skip this? Alright, so now we got the soul thingy-madiggy. Alrighty, let's try... Also, vitality... Oh, rare stone that revitalizes energy. Yeah, okay, we don't explicitly need that. Alright, here we go. Let's give this a try.
remember, you got Stinger.
Yeah, but Stinger doesn't do as much of a closer as I, was doing previously.
I mean, to be fair, you've only got Stinger 1.
Yeah, I don't have Stinger 2. I didn't want to go for Stinger 2. So...
Like,
Okay, so you're gonna be...
technically.
He's gonna be
Well,
clever and...
If you keep shooting him from down there, he's gonna get pissed off and he starts shooting at you.
Ow. I can't see him from here. Damn it. I have like so little energy. Alright, here we go. So, thankfully he's not shooting lasers at me when I'm doing this stuff here. Ow! Of course he... Fuck you, slashing me up from there.
That was so scummy of him.
It was very scummy. Normally he does like a lightning thing or something. Now I'm down to 2 yellow orbs. Fuck that.
We can roll it back. We can roll it back.
Run it back.
Ow.
We need a motivator for this fight.
We don't have very many motivators.
Again, I don't like it when demons step on my pizza.
Ow. Cheap shot.
I did get Dave the Diver recently. I should play more sushi. I'm not playing Monsters of Wild at the moment because I'm waiting for the next title update.
Alright, so he breaks up over there. I've got not as much... Oh, and the joystick decided to be difficult for me.
Not chivalry like, just attacks you this you get up.
Oh! Pfft. Ah! Fuck! Problem. Well, the good news is I will have a full demon meter, so...
You can devil trigger. Let's... Freaking, can you stop shooting for like a hot minute?
Oh. Gotcha. Alright, we already went through this cutscene. Alright, I will save this time.
Okay, learn your lesson this time.
Yes, I learned my lesson, and I got my C rank like I should have. Alright. Ding. There we go. Next mission. Go to the destination before the power of the melancholy soul fades away. Yep, cool. So I guess the... So I need to somehow get back up there, am I?
Well, at least we got more attempts for the save. then you're pretty much speed running at that point. Actually, what is the world record?
Come on,
Speed
get...
run.
And then he just blew himself up again. Okay, so I need to... So I've got the orb... Okay, so the timer is because of me needing to, you know, actually get the orb to the place. But where is the door? Fuck.
You go to where you came in from.
Any percent?
It is,
high speed is 33 minutes 41 seconds.
and it's
and
held
that was-
by.
Am I going in the right direction?
Wait,
There we go.
okay, this was done 3 months ago, and it was
On normal.
done normal NTSC. Okay, so
Alright, dunk. So then I go out through here. Oh, avoid the Reapers. Oh, nope, too high. Unless, am I supposed to go here? I'm guessing the guiding soul here. There we go. Hey, look at that, less than 2 minutes. Ooh, an A rank. Nice. Doing another, putting it in another save slot. I know there's 20 missions and I only have 10 slots, but I put it in there as like a sort of a divider. Evil of the way. Defeat the evil guardian and acquire the guiding light. Okay. Throw the sword like a boomerang. Damage enemies with an intense spinning body attack. Forming. I'm gonna add air raid and see how that plays out. Let's give it a try. So, air raid. Press RB in double trigger state. Press X or B or X to electrocute. Oh, okay. So it's only during air like devil trigger thingy madiggies. No. Nope. Nothing up here. All right. Oh, there was a blue orb? What the fuck? What was it doing up here?
okay, that is actually hilarious.
What's hilarious?
You know that mission you just did to put that freaking sphere in?
Yeah.
The world champion did it in like 46 seconds. I'm like, what the frick?
Wait, how do I get... Oh, there we go. Rusty key. Oh, I have to deal with bugs.
Well, Beelzebub being Lord of Flies.
Yeah. I am familiar with the many incarnations of Satan. Alrighty. Okay, so that is the only door in this place. Got the red orbs there. Nope, that's the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. Yep, that's the wrong way. Idiot. Use the rusty key. Oh, okay, so dead end. Cool. Oh. Oh, this demon looks familiar. Like, the demon head looks familiar. It's in the... Ow, fuck you. Oh, okay. Ow. That's not fair. I'm not gonna have a fun time with this guy, am I? How did I do the demon trigger last time? How did I do that demon trigger by accident? Press RB while jumping in Devil State, and then press X or B to fire. Oh, okay, so I can't hold down. Okay, and I was meant to go through this door. Never mind. Hang on. So then... Yep, I'm already full health, so no point in that. Oh, hands are going freaky in the hand tracking because I'm holding a controller and it doesn't know how to deal with that nonsense. Ow. Ugh. No, I'm not. I'm not. I am just fighting with the camera here and there, and then also just... I don't know, like, I think because you told me, oh, get air raid, that I'm like, I don't... Because, like, a mix of me wants to get the other stuff, but another part of me doesn't want to waste my monies until I get air raid. And I don't want to, like, you know, waste some levels, like, grinding and then, you know, load up the level again and then do it quickly for the ranking.
Like, with what you got, you can beat this guy already. Like, all this guy is just learning the attack pattern.
That is as useful as a... I can't think of something insulting just yet, but it is very much a Dark Souls get good moment of, like, I can recognize the patterns of the rain, don't get wet kind of feels to it.
Like, that's the thing with DmC. It's literally just get good. Get good while being stylish.
Yeah.
Wait, can Shotgun break off his mask?
Sorry?
Like, I'm trying to think, can Shotgun give you that initial break that you need.
Probably. But yes, like I'm not swapping weapons very often, and a part of me worries of like, oh yeah, that's just the aim of the game, is that you do this, like you do the whole like interrupting your flow by hitting pause and all that kind of nonsense.
And they fix that later on.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay.
But there is a thing though that some weapons are better against some bosses, but you just don't know which one it is.
Okay, so there's a limit to... Yeah. Actually, let me go back to handgun, because those are going to be good for the bugs. And then...
Just call them handgun instead of ebony ivory.
Well, it says handguns in the what's-a-mahoozy, so...
I'll let you handle this one, Cap.
Which one?
Oh, this is, it's not called handgun, it's ebony and ivory.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. I think it was those scene back when Dante was going like good stand with amount of power. Those were long range ebony. No, the long range ivory and the high speed ebony. One or the other. The rest of the guns that he used was bust on him.
Oh, and the bugs are on me now. Alright, well, at least the what's-a-mahoozies are off. How do I get the bugs? Oh, okay, I just jump. I could probably roll is the other thing as well. I just need to be mindful of walking near them. Alright, use the rusty key there. And then... swap to the shotgun before I forget. And then there's those green orbs back there, but let me deal with whatever the fuck is over here first. I jumped into him that time. His mask isn't breaking off. Ah! The shotgun did help. A little. Gonna be real with you, Blue. I can kind of understand why people like the evolving combat and such, and I now understand why people were like looking at Final Fantasy 16 and were like, "Oh my god, it's so Devil May Cry." And yeah, I can understand why it did not vibe with me. I'm too used to, like, you know, the God of War thing where it's like even the opener weapon feels like so, like, combo rich before you even get done with it. Oop. And I forgot to change my weapons.
It's just one of those things where, like, people's styles change over time, and you realize that some people like playing this way, some people like playing it that way. I feel like the way I approach
Can't hear you over the game. Oh, over the game. I hope you realize this.
well, you're very occupied at the moment, so I'll let you deal with that first.
All right. Hang on. Let me just double check that my Discord settings aren't also just, you know, at minimal volume. All right. Bing dong. All right. Back into the game we go. And then lower this back down to like the 15% or something like that. All right. Fuck it. 10. All right. Back over to shotgun. Member of Dante's. So Force Edge, I don't imagine. And I accidentally activated Devil Trigger. Not a good move.
Sorry I've been so quiet. I'm literally, like, also drawing.
Nah,
As,
fair enough. It is what it is. I am barely... So I see that, like, you know, an indicator of damage is, like, how many horns are broken and what have you, but let me tell you, like... Oop. So... There we go. Fuck you. A guiding light. An Ardor. It slowly drains the power of the Oh, now I gotta run back out.
Yep.
Don't worry, you'll be starting on the new mission, so you'll be fine. Do I play Worldly 2 though?
No. Do not play a Worldly Tutor on whatever deck you're making right now.
I'm fixing my green-white dragons!
MTG?
Return to the bedroom before the guiding light. Okay, I barely remember how to get back to the bedroom, which is the problem. Okay, so
I don't play red dragons. That's too easy.
I'm gonna keep it real. All I play is Human Tribal.
Human tribal? I know that the 5-color Terror is just gonna be insane. And he's back again.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. Aowen Shield Maiden kicks ass.
There we go.
You know that
Killed him.
You know that Terror that's about transforming?
No.
Wait, did I just start running in the opposite direction? Yep, I started running in the wrong direction.
I ain't even gonna lie, I haven't played like Magic for like nearly half a year now.
I've played it recently with Blue, and I realized that Blue and I have a very different interpretation of power levels, even with Magic trying to, like, you know, renegotiate, like, how to interpret power levels in decks. It's a very, you know, flavorful thing. Oh, fuck you. Ow. Fuck. Why they gotta throw him like fucking Beyblades? Also, who the fuck am I gotta kill?
Like the new Final Fantasy Terra, the one that transforms, people are gonna build it as 5-color humans.
I love... Like, actually, Cap, you might appreciate this. Have you seen the spoilers for Xenos?
Which...
For
Wait.
Magic the Gathering Xenos. Not, you know, not, oh, he's gonna pop up in Final Fantasy XIV, because that's not what's happening.
No. And the reason I haven't is because I haven't had the health to get up to my card game store, so I've sort of been...
Oh, fuck, I need to do the... Oh.
Well, I got my pre-con pre-ordered, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be great. How am I gonna... I actually need a copy of Aerith, because I need her to die for my deck to make sense.
Alright, hang on. I need to... This should get me back to the bedroom, and I jump here, and then drop there. Back into the bedroom we go. And then Guiding Light. There we go. But yeah, okay, so do you mind if I tell you about this Xenos card in Final Fantasy XIV's MTG?
Go crazy.
Alright. Basically, when he enters the battlefield, you pick a creature you do not control. While that creature is on the battlefield, everything else gets -2 except for Xenos and the creature Xenos picked. When the creature leaves, transform Xenos, and then Xenos transforms into the dragon from the end of Stormblood, and in
Shinryu?
Shinryu, and that one has when it ETB, so when it's on its transformation ETB, you pick an opponent. When that opponent loses, you win the game.
That's crazy.
It's an alt win con that I absolutely love, because it's like, you still have to defeat the opponent, but if you're in, like, say, a free-for-all of 4 commanders or something like that, one, yes, it does put a bit of a target on your back, because, oh, here's the person where if he's not dead before this guy dies, then, you know, he's gonna win the game. But at the same time, like, you can either be like, it's very flavorful of Xenos, where he's just like, you will be my challenger. Ellinger, a test of your reflexes.
A test of your reflexes!
So, yeah. Oh, hey, look at that, another A rank.
It also makes people be like, okay, if this person dies, they're gonna win the game. Let's protect this guy.
So yeah, there's that. So, and what's more is, apparently in the precon deck for that has Xenos, it has an equipment or something, and it's like one of Xenos's swords, and it's like, oh yeah, this thing has to get blocked, or you get to pick. It's either you have to make it get blocked, or you pick a creature that has to block that turn.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a little funny that, like, you know, just I understand the flavor a little bit more because of going through Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG.
Ah, the rain's coming down tonight.
Oh, it didn't have me at... Is it me, or is his hair longer because of Alistor on his back? Okay. So now we're here. Oh, we can just jump across and no probs. Ah, okay, so that's to do the Legendary Knight Return. So now we can do a power-up. Air Hike now. It took me several missions to get Air Hike.
You know that's like 10,000 in, No, it's either 20,000 or 200,000 in DmC5.
It's 10,000 in DmC3. I
Oh,
can't
so
remember
you
what
know,
it is
yeah,
in DMC 2 though.
Well, I'm gonna. I guess the question is do I really want to play DMC 2 for you guys to experience that, considering my mood with DMC 1?
Well, we're gonna make you.
Hold up, I'm having no part of making him.
Cap doesn't like I couldn't think of a funny fetish thing. Also, where the fuck is the Whatsmahoozy guy? I thought he would pop up
I don't
there.
like gunplay.
You don't like gunpla. Noted.
Oh, hey, hey, hey!
Well, what the?
That's Slender.
I can't wait to cast summon Good King Mog the 12th.
Good King Muggle, good King Mog.
You know what? I'm gonna make my life easier for you and just here. I'm just gonna put into the chat the spoilers for Cap, so you can just look at it while we're watching Zeebs probably gonna get stabbed again.
I really wish I got my hands on some of the pre-orders, but I didn't. Unfortunate.
Oh,
I'll never have Final Fantasy.
It's not your fault. It's because the supply is not really there and people are scalping still. Yeah, scalpers.
They got my homeboy Clive.
I need someone. Wait. What was it?
Ow.
They got Vinny. Tyrion. They got Zodiac. That's cray. That's cray.
I know I need a copy of Bahamut.
Got Girugamesh.
Girugamesh.
Girugamesh. And also the funny Arom Reborn. I got Jill.
I feel like I actually need a copy of what's his name from Final Fantasy 14. He's that freaking elf guy. Was it Uranga?
Urianger. Yeah, the elves have real weird fucking names. Don't worry about it.
Oh, this is why
I want to get is there a Thancred card? Because I want to just.
Yes,
like,
there will be. They have all the scions. They have all the scions.
Some of the there's humans in the set that actually transform into the summons.
The primals from. Also,
oh no, the dominance from 16. Pretty sure Clive turns into Ifrit.
Like,
I can't see because of the fucking camera!
Well, this is fine.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, see, you got him.
I somehow defeated him with Devil Trigger on a side of his, like, thingy-majiggy that's normally, like, too tough for me to hit him with my normal sword. So how the fuck I got him, I have no idea.
Well, I'm gonna say this to you right now. You don't have to worry about him anymore.
Woo! Glad I defeated him in the corridors. So yeah. Hi there, Jack. Welcome back. Did you fall asleep on the bus again?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7.
I haven't seen all the spoilers for Final Fantasy XIV, but I will be real with you. I have seen, like, every time I've looked at the like the products for Final Fantasy XIV's MTG, it does the same thing to me as it did for the Middle Earth Universes Beyond, where it's like, oh, I would love to get this, but I'm also strapped for cash, and I don't want to spend money on MTG when I don't do it that often. And quite frankly, like, if I wanted to, like, play with Blue or you on Tabletop Simulator, I'm just gonna proxy it and then just have, like, a gentleman's agreement of, I'm trying not to blow my budget out on the deck. Like, I wanted to make a horse deck, for instance, and I was like, I don't want to spend more than $50 on this horse's commander in the Architect.
I don't mind people proxying, but I'm gonna be that guy. It's like, you're not gonna proxy a Mana Crypt.
No.
I'm not letting you do that.
Well, here's the thing, is Mana Crypt is...
you actually have one.
Exactly. Like, here's the thing, is, like, my Xanagos deck, the one that, like, before you improved it, It costs over 200 bucks. I would not make that deck again. Because
mean
I didn't realize it was going to cost so much. Like, before you did your improvements to it and what have you.
You mean nowadays building it is expensive?
Building
it back then was really cheap.
Building it back then was also because of sunk costs, where it's like, oh, I'm going to put a little more here and there and what have you. But yeah, if I tried making a deck like Xenagos in today's market, it's like, no, it's too expensive. And I would not see myself wanting to spend 250 bucks or something like that. I would, yeah, like, when it comes to deck building, I'm like, I don't want to spend more than $100 or $50 when I'm trying to, like, you know, oh, what if kind of nonsense. Even when I did my fucking, what's-a-mahoozy nonsense of, let's make a deck where it's about coin flipping, and it was like, Crack's Thumb is so expensive. And I was like, do I kind of need that in order to make the coin flipping worth it for me? But then I was like, nah, never mind. The jank is the fact that you have to deal with flip a coin. We are like the orcs in Warhammer 40k. We gotta believe.
I'm gonna head out now. I gotta make dinner.
All right, fair enough. I have got to figure out where the fuck I'm going. Oh, for whatever reason, it did a right trigger. All right.
I'm gonna love how all the Lalafels are just giving the creature type dwarf.
Ooh, a trident. Oh, it cannot be used as a weapon. Oh, that's for the what's-a-mahoozy thing.
Wait, what the freak does this partner with?
Yes, I did fall asleep on the bus.
I thought so. It's because you have crippling brain explosion syndrome.
Because Jack doesn't like me.
Tired.
Sorry?
What do you mean I don't like you?
I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure you're Jack's favorite. You're my.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. It's a case of you're my friend now. We're having soft tacos together.
It's more like I'm the soft taco.
Well, that's not where I was getting at. I just thought, you know, Jack wanted to go get tacos, and it was just like, I ain't eating by myself. Fuck that nonsense. You come with me. Also, what the fuck? It's a lever use. So a strong downward force might help the. Oh, hello.
Oh, you got a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Well, a grenade gun because.
It's technically a gun.
Just add the word gun to everything.
Mm-hmm. Also, it's streaming in, once again, right triggers for whatever reason. It's streaming in my Discord as well, if you wanted to. Ah, okay, so it gets me here, and then using this, to get 3 openings, puts the trident in here. Yeah, we've not yet reached Chapter 10. I feel like if I get to Chapter 10, then that's a pretty good, like, halfway point, and I'm honestly kind of surprised I'm at this point. I think I'm Chapter 8 right now? Oh. What the fuck? Why am I waiting for this thing? Wait, so it puts... Oh, I gotta get down before the,
Yeah, you need to beat the time limit.
Is there a way for me to roll in this game, other than with the way I was thinking of?
Not really.
Damn it.
Usually people's method of transport is just stinger to the next door.
Alright. But yeah, I need to figure out, like, the, cause how to get out from here. So, use this. Yep, use the trident. And then...
Well, you saw what you did earlier.
Yeah, so jump over that. I probably could have jumped over from the other side. Quite frank. Oh my god, the angles! Fuck's sake with the angles.
For me, I like to blame whoever designed this place.
Alright, cool, I made... Mundus. You blame Mundus. There we go. C rank, once again. Also, I got the air vault thingamadiggy. I didn't get it until mission 9. So, yeah.
I'm trying to remember when I got air hike.
Well, the thing is also I'm not trying to like, grind in the levels. Like it would have been tempting to, don't get me wrong, but I feel like, when I do these things on stream, it's not fun for people to just see me sit there for like however many hours. Like I do like for instance with my Oblivion like playthrough, I'm not having people watch me eat a Wilkstone while activating as much magic as I can to level up my magic, eating another Wilkstone to keep my mana up. Like, I'm skipping that nonsense on stream and having that being done off stream. On stream, meanwhile, I'm doing missions that I come across, like the Daedra or the main storyline. So, yeah. What's this? Vortex. Damage enemies with an intense spinning body attack, which looks like a devil trigger thing for all I know. But yeah, we got air hike. Throw it like a boomerang, which we don't have. Alright. New strength. Use the new strength to open up the what's-mahoozy. What? There's a message carved in the circle. The wheel of destiny shall guide you to the land of the beginning.
Ooh, I need this card for sure.
It's hard.
I don't know.
Zodiac, Umbral God. No one's gonna like him when I play him.
No one likes him in Final Fantasy XIV either, for obvious reasons.
Well, 5 mana for 5/5 indestructible. When he enters, each player sacrifices half of the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Zodiark, because half the population sacrificed itself for Zodiark, and because of that, the realm was shattered into 13 fragments. Or, no, there was 13 fragments fractured off, so there was 14, including the source shards of the universe in Final Fantasy XIV.
And whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a 1/1 counter on him, so basically, he gets super big for no apparent reason.
Yeah, he's a god. He's meant to be the end of the world and shit.
I do need a copy of Umbral, Origin of Oblivion.
Stylish!
Yeah, the grenade launchers is insane.
It's very helpful. Alright, so I know there's like a big path here. Okay, so there's like multiple ins and outs. And what is... So there's a door
Calling
here.
Jack. Calling Jack.
Emblem of a shield on the door with blue light. No, so that doesn't...
Me?
Yeah, calling
You're
you.
me?
Yeah, I'm
Why?
calling you.
A pair of flames that dwell with strength with open the path. Okay, so we've got one flame so far lit, which means we need another flame for that door. So I guess something about the guiding light. Nope. Okay, so that doesn't open up because of us launching a grenade in there.
I like how the first thing you do is, I'm gonna shoot this thing.
Yes, I have a grenade launcher and there's debris in the way. It's not the most ridiculous thing.
You mean a grenade launcher with infinite ammo?
Yep. A crystal with magical powers will recover 5 devil trigger gauges. Well, I only have 3, so we're gonna hold on to that for another time. Dink. Donk. Oh, hello. I didn't notice you there earlier.
Freaking Jack. Everyone that mentions DmC to me, it's like, oh, I'm a Royal Guard user.
I have no fucking idea what that means. I hope you realize.
Oh, you'll figure it out eventually.
Eventually.
Eventually. You still playing DMC 3 or? Did you
Yes.
I have no idea.
Still playing DMC 3.
Gotcha.
They're very stingy with the green orbs in that one.
Alright, so... Nope.
Wow, platforming with awkward camera angles.
Yeah. This isn't gonna be fun.
At least it's not Bubsy 3D.
Hmm. Oh, do you know there's gonna be a Gex trilogy released? Like a...
Yeah, I know about it. Like, Limited Run Games was like, do you want the physical copy
Oh
of
shit!
it?
I shouldn't have double jumped. I did a double jump as like a bit of a panic press.
The air hike is real. Also, what's there on the other side?
I already picked up that thing on the other side, which is the flight, which is like a... Ugh, come on. Right, here we go. So...
You sure? I saw something glowing over there.
Oh, up here. Oh, okay. Yay, another orb! That way I have... 1.
You're back to 1.
I was at...
Great.
I was at 4. May I remind you when we started this?
Just 4?
You weren't here when I told him to save, but he didn't save. Died on the next mission too many times and had to reset against Mirror Man. So constant fighting against the Mirror Man.
My name is Ifrit. The fool who awakens me shall pay dearly with the fires of hell. Oh, cool. A new weapon.
Oh no, devil arms.
Yes.
Can you wear these arms?
He has the right to
Hand-holding.
bear arms.
He has the right to bear arms. Oh, well, wow.
Flaming gauntlets that give the possessor increased powers. Nice.
Give him a try. Oh yeah, that is another thing, like...
The devil trigger changes based off of the weapon you're using.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. I noticed that the text for the devil trigger was like a different color.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything for Force Edge, though.
Well, yeah, because Force Edge is like just your heirloom weapon. It's not like an actual... Like...
It's shit, it does nothing.
Didn't I fight this back in Okami?
Didn't you fight this in Legend of Zelda Wind Waker?
I didn't play Legend of Zelda.
How many did you fight in Okami? 1 or 2?
Flock off? What? You could have just said fuck off.
Nah, flock off. That's funny.
Freaking, I should call Jack Featherhead. Was it Featherface?
And I do have a face full of feathers. You're not wrong.
And you're just gonna tell me to flock off. That's the last thing I need to see. A freaking bird shooting a red electricity.
Jack needs ideas.
My tail's already like green fire. What? Why is this surprising to you?
I need to add 3 more cards. And then
Oh, I'm barely keeping track of the... Oh! Oh, okay. So I go... Oh. What the fuck? Come on. No! Oh my god. I am just so terrible with the platforming. What am I supposed to do with this platforming as well? Like, once I get up here?
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sit down for this one. Like, oh, look at that! We got ourselves an orb! How fortunate.
The orb we just got, gone. It is funny that I am actually willing to use the grenade launcher at close range just to stagger the enemy, then to beat the shit out of them with my fist.
Alright. Should I use Ifrit on the boss, or is this like a trick where Ifrit is not actually good on the boss?
Well, Ifrit on the boss is actually neat.
Neat or reasonable? Like, this is a...
It's reasonable, but one of the... If you really want a tip, just remember that when you Devil Trigger, you can use your ranged weapon. While that's happening, I gotta figure out what to do here.
Yes, I need more secrets next.
What are you gonna do when the onion rings?
oh, hang on. I need that stuff. There we go.
Yeah, I swear, like, there's someone at work spreading COVID for some reason.
They don't believe COVID's a thing, maybe.
Like, I don't know why, but, like, so many people are just taking sick leave, and I assume it's COVID, like... Everyone also believes it's COVID. The symptoms are too similar.
Just the flu.
Nah, it's got the COVID symptoms, like, people are losing their sense of taste.
That spread really hates it.
Glug, glub, glub.
Fuck it,
glub,
using
glub.
the Vitality Star here, so then that way I don't die to this thing so soon. There we go. I did have to use my, my whatsamahoozy, my, yellow orb. I know that much. But it's not the end of the world. And then whatever the fuck... 2 knights should be holding something. Words are carved beneath the decoration. The shield that glows with light and a pair of lancers shall lead to the battleground. Oh, joy. I gotta find... Is there some way for me to, like, grab this thing?
Self-care alert.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sir Dragon. Thank you for keeping track of this stuff.
Oh my god.
I wonder, like, what was it about Devil May Cry that had peeps vote for this for me to play? Like, they've seen me play games that are asking me to, like, you know, put my brain into combat. A pair of flames that gel with the strength to open the path.
Maybe we just want to watch play as the
there we go.
wacky man.
Sorry, say that again?
Maybe we just want to watch you play as the wacky moving pizza man.
I guess, but the thing is that, like... Oh, I can't open that door yet, because I need to deal with whatever the fuck is in here.
Like, I'll be honest, like, with the amount of stuff that's going on, people are either playing Yakuza, or they're playing, was it Metal Gear? We might as well bring Devil May Cry into the mix.
You wanted someone to play Devil May Cry so you weren't alone.
Hey, when I stream my category of games, I'm usually the only one streaming it.
Yeah, I can understand.
Which is kind of hilarious. But I legit find it funny when I'm like the only one streaming Professor Layton.
Professor Layton, I'll be honest with you, does look fun. I just think the only issue is that, you know, it's on a 3DS.
And DS, but one of the games did get ported to the Switch.
Isn't that Catriel's game?
Yep.
No, Catriel's game was also on mobile, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but who's gonna play it on mobile?
Who knows? Hi there, Flare Bonfire. Welcome to the stream. I'm playing through Devil May Cry because that is the franchise that chat wanted me to play. It was a very strong amount of voting as well for it. And I'm gonna be real with you. There is some stuff here and there that I'm kind of okay with, but then comes the other question of why the fuck did people pick this? Because I feel like if I was good at the combat, then it would be a case of I would just turn my brain off like I was in Doom the Dark Ages, which I feel like does not suit my streams, because I love conversing. I love, like, when we were having the conversation about the Disney films and the Final Fantasy 14 cards and such. But if I'm just like, my brain turns off for like the combat and such, like it does for Doom the Dark Ages, I'm not, you know, what's the fucking point? Like, you're better off just watching anyone else. So yeah, I was kind of curious, like, where people, like, is it that people want to see me fail or like struggle in games like these? Because so far, like, there's been a lot of mechanical fun on here and there, don't get me wrong, but there's been like nothing to the story.
Well, it's the first game in the series. You expect there to be story development of some kind.
The way people complained about DmC's story made me feel like there was way better story in the trilogy. Charge power.
You have all the games, right?
Sorry?
You have all the games, right?
I think so. I have so I've got 1, 2, 3 from the HD collection. I've got 4 special edition, and I've got 5. DmC I played before I did streaming, and I think that was when I rented it from like Video Easy or something. Don't have enough red orbs. Oh, Meteor, shoot fireballs from your fists. Sounds cool. Quick but powerful flaming back roundhouse kick. Its impact will drive enemies back. Magma drive. Alright, now to figure out how to use Ifrit. While holding, press the left stick in the direction of Dante's back, and then the Y button. Left stick in the direction that Dante is facing. While in Devil Trigger, hold right bumper, and then press the left stick in the direction of Dante's... Oh my gosh. Uses the lock feature quite a bit, doesn't it?
Mm.
No, I got Bravo for that.
Did you see it?
What did I miss, Sir Dragon? Lilo and Stitch is flopping in cinemas? We know this. We talked about this like an hour ago. You gotta keep up with us, Sir Dragon. We kind of predicted this shit would happen. And quite frankly, we need to have people move away from hate-watching things, because in the capitalist system, it doesn't care about the behavior of the consumption, just so long as you consume. Hey, another yellow orb. Let's not die this time. Ah, I missed him. There we go. That's all of them killed, and I missed out on the greed. Alright. Oh, that has text, but I can't read it. And then 200 orbs. Annoying. They changed so much. Yeah, no, so they got rid of Gantu and made it so that the Doctor was the villain. Pleakley doesn't have the cross-dressing, despite the director trying. And I think the biggest issue of them all is that the ending has been altered so that rather than Lilo staying with her sister, she gets taken by Child Services, by Agent Bubbles, so then that way Lilo's older sister can go to college. The government takes a Native Hawaiian away from families. There is a lot to be discussed about that kind of messaging during this political cycle. So, yeah.
Like, the whole point of was it freaking Peakley being dressed up in drag and female clothing is that it's meant to be a play on the joke that he's an expert on Earth customs.
It was, so the reason for it is there's the surface level is Peakley cross-dressing. That's the surface level. But the deeper thing is that Peakley cared for Earth, but it was in a very superficial manner of like, oh, the mosquitoes, they're endangered and such like that. And but the thing is that when he gets to it, he doesn't care about the nature or anything like that, but he cares about the culture. Hence, like, the dresses and the wigs and what have you. And so that's, like, the deeper interpretation, but lo and behold, they didn't want to, you know, do Peakley in dresses and shit for whatever fucking reason.
Yeah, but the understanding is, like, he's meant to be an expert on this, but him being an expert and doing the wrong things is funny to see. That's funny.
Yeah, again, surface level. Why did... Also, who they picked for Ancient Bubbles? I don't know who they picked for Ancient Bubbles, and I could not care. It's not in my wheelhouse. It's one of those things... Many of the live actions that have been released, I have not cared for seeing. Like, I think the first and honestly the last one I saw was Beauty and the Beast, and I think I just stopped watching it once they got to a part where it was like, because they introduced like oh, here's a mirror that can show you anyone, and then there was like an orb that can take you anywhere, but you can't touch anything, and it was only in the past or something, and they introduced like, oh, Belle's mother died because of the plague or something like that. I was like, we didn't need this. What the, like, why are you adding this in? So yeah, that was like the only one I saw. I did not see Mulan. I did not see The Lion King. There's like many of the other live actions. I was kind of hopeful for Lilo and Stitch because they made Stitch look good. And then, you know, the kid was, you know, a kid. But then, like, you just started hearing things of like, oh yeah, they just do like you know, switching between CGI aliens to just, oh, they're live action counterparts rather than, you know, disguises. So... Yay! 10 chapters cleared. Next mission. Although I will be real with you, we were fucking around in the fourth one quite a bit. Not any of my moderators' fault. That was more on my part.
I was dragged to most of the live-action movies. I didn't want to watch them, but my friend was like, "Oh, but no one else is gonna watch it with me." It's like,
you need better friends. Like, unless you were gonna watch it for like hate-watching purposes, it's not worth. Get a friend that'd get you to watch Barbie, okay? That was a good film.
I dragged her to watch Barbie. She didn't want to watch it at first.
One must choose the right path to enter the lost land. Only those who protect the weak. Light shall have that power to decipher the right path. Oh, wait, there's a lighting thing. Oh, shit. Okay, so I gotta follow the light to go to the right path. And then it takes me, and then I gets captured by an enemy, so if I want to know where to go...
Now this is funny. I've seen one of my own decks on Architect. As freaking a deck of mine that's on Architect is appearing on Scry. Was it on EDH Rec? And I'm like, oh, I recognize this. That's my deck. And I'm the only one who built that deck around a specific theme. Yeah, no one's building dragon, well, green-white dragon reanimator. Just go back into the ocean.
I don't sell them big enough. Goddamn. I need to check the Korean market again. These Ubers called again? Assaults?
To enter the Lost Land, only those who protect the weak light shall have the power to decipher the right path. So wait, because I keep going down the left and I keep repeating, and then... some kind of straight... I guess I'll have to try... Oh, okay, so it will send me all the way back there, so I need to... So there's stages. Okay, so I thought it was like looping me at that point because I was following the light, and it's like, nope, that's not the correct way to do it, but I guess that is the correct way to do it.
Do we even have confidence that the Fantastic Four movie is gonna be good?
I don't know.
Everyone is interested because, you know, it's a Marvel film. I think people were pleasantly surprised with the new Thunderbolts film, the new Thunderbolt film. But you know, the gimmick with that one is, oh, it feels like an A24 film and was different. So I think the problem is that everyone wants Marvel Cinematic Universe to be good, but we need to try and bend, like, are we looking for new Marvel films, like new formula feeling, or are we wanting somehow a good explanation on how we get, blah, 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 how we're able to, you know, continue, like, the arc. Because I feel like you're not going to be able to replicate the Infinity arc. That's impossible at this point. We were, because we had, like, what, 4 films to get us to the Avengers, and we only knew of the Avengers, like, 2 films before it went off, basically. We were not that presently aware of production lineup and such like that. But everyone has now gone to these films with the fucking, like, the foresight of an investor, but the mindset of a consumer, which is not a good, like, way to interpret it. I feel like we have really poisoned ourselves by wanting to know, oh, are we going to get 5 years worth of Marvel films? No. We should not give a shit about 5 years worth of Marvel films, and we shouldn't be looking forward to, like, 20 films in, like, the 10 years or something like that. I feel like they need to try and shorten audiences' attention span. So not shorten as in, like, oh, 90-minute long films every year or something like that, but more of a shorten their attention spans as in don't care about the film, you know, 2 to 4 years from now with an entirely different director for, you know, the Avengers Age of Doom or what have you. Instead, have them care about, like how in the Thunderbolts film, they have the Thunderbolt film, it's good, and the post-credit scene is them alluding to the next film that's coming right up next, which is Fantastic Four. That, I think, is a good model. I don't care for, hey, here's Miss Marvel, where we don't really have a good direction to go, so you don't know if this is us trying to do, like, an actual fresh Marvel thing, or if it's actually cluing into the greater universe, and then you get a post-credit scene that you're really not gonna get a lot of return on for years to come. That is not how the post-credit scene should be. Post-credit scene should be, here's a gimmick, like here's a joke, like they did in Thunderbolts or in the Captain America film. Sorry, actually not even the Captain America film, because the Captain America film just alluded to the next film immediately. And I think that's the biggest issue, is that ever since the Avengers, it alluded to a threat that was way farther ahead than the next film. It was alluded to a threat that is, you know, years ahead. And it's like, no, don't do that. Get us interested in the film right now, and then when you do post-credit scene and shit, get us interested in the next film. Alright, now to okay, so we do have to follow the light, and we just go through several different monsters when we do this. I wonder if the process is, like, repeatable. There we go.
I'm like, oh, I guess Ohana didn't be family in this.
Say that louder, please. Sorry?
Ohana doesn't mean family in this movie, huh?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Just had breakfast and a coffee. Awesome. I appreciate that.
Aside from work on a new sketch for a new commission, I guess work on art, I suppose.
Alright, ignore all that. Keep going down the left. Because that's the path it wants me. So that's been left twice. And then blinding white light leading us here. You said I didn't have to deal with the spider again.
Well, you don't have to deal with it chasing you. Now it's being treated as a mini boss.
Oh, god damn you. God damn you.
And also, it's not the scorpion version.
It's just a spider version.
It's just a weaker version of itself.
Oh my god. Alright, hang on. There we go. Healed up, and then some stuff to pick up, I suppose. Oh, I can't double jump unless I'm using Alistor. What the shit?
Yeah, that's the problem with unlocking moves. It's assigned to the weapon.
I didn't
the
even
devil arms.
I didn't even holds the power to eliminate all the evil that's around you. I wonder how effective that is on bosses.
Good
aim. Excellent aim. Just
Who's this fucking goober texting me? I don't know who the hell you are. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck away from me.
Alright, so that's that guy. Oh, okay, so we had to get rid of both of them to get the iron door. Disney must wanted to basically burn down every answer it ever did to the public, and it's just burning down. No, what okay, it's more nefarious than that. Disney is trying to, like, here's the thing. Propaganda exists, okay? Just because you can identify it doesn't mean, you know, it's, you know, removed from it doing what it needs to do. There is propaganda out there, and it has worked, okay? Things such as, oh, us being responsible for the environment, propaganda. Fighting for your country, propaganda. There's propaganda out there that is a good thing, such as smoking will kill you. Do not smoke. having excessive weight is bad for your health. Like, there is propaganda, and it doesn't care whether or not it's, you know, morally good or morally evil. The point is that it's a message, and it's trying to influence you. Disney, for the last little while, has been making films and TV shows that are trying to push a narrative to assist them, and that is on things such as the identity of a franchise is more important than like, you know, the content of the franchise itself. The USS can be trusted in its day and age, even when it comes to really questionable actions such as separating families. And AI is nothing to be afraid of, and you should embrace. Those are messages that have been popping up in Disney and Netflix content most recently. Gone are the days of the rebel fighting against the, like, you know, the existing system and what have you. Like, there is, the power fantasy is not a thing. We are now getting very conservative views in our in some of our medium and what have you from like the bigger properties, and the conversation of like, oh, it's woke because it involves like, you know, a bisexual or a trans character, that like, yeah, there is people that want that representation, and it's annoying that we're getting people pushing out back against that, but no one seems to be fucking questioning the IPs that are like, oh, hey, we are getting way more like IPs related to robots with questionable origins coming into our lives and maybe giving them the benefit of the doubt. The Zeebs is American, by the way. Yeah, American, Canadian, English, Australian.
Everything under the sun.
Not everything, just the ones that bleed red, white, and blue. Hey, B rank. Nice. I wasn't even rushing on that one. Alright. But yeah, like, that's the crux that we're at right now, is that we just... Disney has a narrative that they want to try and... Oh, what the fuck? What in the world am I doing? What the fuck? Sorry, I'm barely following what this thing is trying to get me to do. Do I want to deal with this guy? I don't think I do. Never the fuck you mind. Oh. Big leaps. Okay, why can't I... Oh. Where is this place? I don't... What the... Oh, it's the chalice. Here we go. A cup on the base protected by a powerful light. Prove yourself worthy with the sign. What sign? Oh, and I just fell down a hole. I don't know if I was meant to. Oh, so then that way I can get to this orb, I suppose. Oh, so the grenade launcher won't open it instantly, but the, There we go. Dink. And then up here. Wait, I've seen a couple of films making robots more human and such, but yeah, the major difference between that and AI is that AI doesn't have a real cognitive function of morality and will do mostly logical stuff even through the human brain, contains both logical and emotional. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that, like, there is been that kind of stuff recently, and, like, like, it's fine that we got that stuff of coming out, but given the timing of when this stuff is coming out is the questionable bit. Oh my god, how do I... Oh, hello. Sign of Chastity. For searching the chalice. Oh, okay, so... Oh my god, how do I... So wait, am I supposed to... Drop down this hole, I guess. There we go. And even more orbs. Alright. Extras. So we can get more holy water, we can get untouchable, we can get a blue orb. We'll increase the maximum number of devil, thus increasing the time you can be in the devil trigger state. Oh, and we can get ourselves a yellow orb. Ah, but it costs more in each of the things when we get them. Hi there, Mizuki Nagano. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through the Devil May Cry series because chat wants me to, and it's a little bit painful. Right now, the first game is what I'm going through, and the painful bit is the camera.
Just the camera?
I feel like that, like,
Pain.
I'm gonna be, look, I feel like if the camera wasn't such an issue, I wouldn't have an issue with a lot of other things in this game, okay? That's what I'm getting at with this.
I mean, it's time for dinner.
Oh,
I have to go.
well, before you go, can you give Mizuki Nagano a shout-out, please? Oh, hey, yeah, blue fragment. Yeah, you're one of my moderators. You can do it, can't you?
A moment, sir.
Uno momento. Ooh. Acquire the blue orb that's floating in the air. Alright. Oh, it's up there. Okay.
Alright, I gotta see.
Alright, hang on. So. Oh, almost there. Peace. Alright, hang on. So I need to jump to the spear. Yeah! Gotcha! Did it. But yeah. How was the Age of Decadence? You had a fun time? Oh, I have to... This spirit I do not want to fucking deal. Also, what the fuck is that orb there? I don't recognize that. Let me just ignore that for now. Gonna ignore that thingamadiggy for now. Drop down here. Can I pick up the Chastity? The Sign of Chastity. The cup which held the blood of the divine dead. Cool. Look at who made this game. You can guess it was supposed to be like the other game. Yeah, I won't look at that kind of stuff just yet. Oh.
You having fun fighting him again?
He's not as bad as last time, but because we don't have to deal with the what's-a-mahoozy nonsense.
You mean the running the bout and I need to keep chasing you?
Yeah.
And then you cheap shot me for no reason?
There we go. And I didn't use up any of my yellow orbs. Alright. Aw, no green orbs? Goddamn. Oh, what the? The entrance is sealed, so I guess I can't go back that way. What in the world? So how am I supposed to... Oh, wait, hang on, so... There we go. So then I go here. Guess there's no way for... Ding?
Don't mind me. I'm just doing my deck upgrade.
Sounds good. So drop the chalice in there. Releases the door. Yeah. Definite Resident Evil vibes with the whole, like, oh, here's the stuff to... Oh. Ah, goddamn you. Definite Resident Evil vibe with the whole, like, hey, let's, Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. What the? Oh, is it because... Yeah, it's that door it wants me to go through. Okay, whoopsies. Goes to show what I know. Alright, stage clear in less than 10 minutes. Nice.
Well done.
Nice. If this was like a morning stream and I didn't have like a day to do stuff, like I would definitely try and do this in one sitting, but cuz yeah, we got through what? That's like what? 11 chapters now? Also, what in the world? Ooh. Yeah. Sorry, a little bit of blood. But yeah. I'm going to save here because it was supposed to be a Resident Evil game, but it's made its own identity. I feel that. I most certainly feel that. All right. So, is there a way for me to... No, it just has next mission as the thing.
No,
Go to the...
All you have to do is just enter and then just...
Exit out almost instantly. Yeah, fair. But yeah. And then extras are if I want to get those things, so... Honestly, so yeah, if that's the case, then it's, like, very tempting to... Oh! What?
Yeah, underwater controls.
Alright, I'm gonna screenshot that, because I'm most certainly gonna forget that the next time I play this Monday. I'm most likely gonna forget it Monday, so... Alright, ding, exit, here, so yeah. Oh wait, that didn't exit me? What? Oh, quit the mission. Yep, here we go, quit the mission. That is going to be it for me to... That's going to be it for me tonight. So far, I can kind of understand why people like it. The combat, like, as I put more levels in, it certainly is going to seem to be a bit more fun. Also, it's interesting to see, like, in this screenshot, he's got the Alistor weapon and the shotgun. So it's like, yep, first weapon's given to him in the castle rather than his ebony ivory and then whatever his other sword was. I can understand, like, if you had enough red orbs, that it is going to be, like, a little more fun to play and such like that. Maybe if I had time, maybe I could find a way to get more red orbs in the level that I'm at, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it, frankly, to do it that way. But, no, yeah, we're going to pick this up again next week. I imagine, and also, I'm pretty sure next week I'm not even working on the Monday, so I might be able to do it in the morning for the American viewers, which should be a lot better for some of you. That is going to be it for me tonight. The next time I'm going to be streaming Devil May Cry, as I said, will be next Monday. Might be in the morning rather than the evenings for me, which will be good. But the next stream for this week is going to be more Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Because we got done with the first act. Holy shit, what an ending to the first act. Blue, I know you don't play brand new spanking games because of your, style and what have you, but if you ever play it offline, off stream, I do recommend the game. And I'll be going into Act 2 for Wednesday nights, so there's going to be that. Blue, I want to say thank you for keeping me company in the VC. When's the next time people might see you?
It's gonna be Friday. I'm taking Tuesday off because I'm not feeling well.
Look, understandable. Fair enough. Stuff like that is definitely going to dampen the mood, all right?
Yep, and I'm just taking my best to just rest up. I'd rather be in my best form rather than be gagging and dying while I'm trying to stream.
Understandable. I would definitely wish to follow that kind of methodology if I ever get ill. Although I'm going to be real with you, I never have a really good understanding if I'm ever at a level of ill that actually warrants taking day offs or anything like that. But yeah, before you all disappear, however, we're going to go on a little raid. And one of the first people I see in my little list of the raid browser is Peppa Nova. She's doing some... Wait, she? Or they? I
believe it's she.
She.
I believe it's she.
Yeah. So she is... So she's going through a little bit of art right now. So we're going to go and get ready to raid. If you would like to, you're welcome for joining in with either with our long raid message, Himbo Raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole, or going with the short and sweet raid. I am going to go with the long raid message personally, but you're welcome to use whichever of the two you want. And if you aren't subscribed to me, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you feel like are appropriate. And
I know what I'm using.
You know what you're using? Fair enough. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have all a good morning, afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are. I will be back online Wednesday night. I'll hopefully see you all then. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.